I will now call the meeting to order for the special joint boards of directors for the both San Joaquin and Foothill Eastern boards to order. We will now begin with invocation, which will be delivered by our Vice Chair, Will O'Neill, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Director Beal. Please stand.
Lord, thank you for this gathering. Thank you for the ability to make these decisions in a free country. We ask that you watch over our riders this morning and all mornings going forward. We ask you watch over our first responders as they continue to put themselves into harm's way to protect us all. We ask that you watch over us today as we deliberate. Please give us wisdom and guidance. And these things we ask in thy name. Amen.
Would you all please join me in saluting the flag of our great nation? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the
United States of America, and to the republic which stands one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Right. Thank you. Okay. With that, Madam Clerk, if you can please call roll.
Good morning, Madam Chair Wong.
I am present.
I'm Marlene Province, Assistant of the Board. I just wanted to make sure that we have started the live stream. We have quorum at this time. Let me start the roll. Chair Wong,
I'm present.
Vice Chair Miller,
Here.
Director Beal,
Here.
Director Chafee, Director Lombard,
Here.
Director Miller, Director Trevor O'Neill, Director Voigt, Vice Chair Will O'Neill, Director Connors,
Here,
Director Hecht,
Here.
Director Hurt,
Here.
Director Milgar,
Present.
Director Reynolds,
Here.
Director Vixoric, Alternate Miller,
Here.
Chair Kelly, Director Bartlett,
here,
Director Khan,
here,
Director Penaloza, Director Taylor, Director Wagner, Director Chamberlain. Looping back, Director Beal,
Here.
Director Miller.
Still here.
Sorry. Director Taylor. I'm sorry, Director Trevor O'Neill. Director Wagner. Director Voigt. And Director Penaloza. Director Vizoric. Madam Chair, we are noting the absence of Trevor O'Neill, Director Voigt, Director Vizoric, and Director Penaloza, and Director Chamberlain.
And just for the record, the Director Miller is here as an alternate for Director Historic. Okay. Thank you. All right. Today is a great day. Great day for the toll roads. Not just the weather, but everything that we're talking about today is a great day for the toll roads. And going on to public comments, Madam Clerk, did we receive any written public comments or live comments?
At this time, during live public broadcasting, members of the public may address the Joint Board of Directors regarding any items within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Joint Board of Directors. But no action may be taken on or off agenda items unless authorized by law. Written public comments received in advance of the meeting will be distributed to the directors. Live public comments shall be limited to 3 minutes per person unless the chair, subject to the approval of the Board of Directors, set different time limits. Madam Chair, we have not received any written public comments. However, I'd like to refer to the staff for any live public commenters.
There are no live public commenters.
Great, thank you. All right. Directors, welcome to the final session of our strategic planning workshop. This session is focused on our deliberations and developing a consensus to give staff direction on what should be in our strategic plans. We have to get through all 7 areas that staff presented yesterday and should be efficient with our time, keeping in mind the themes that our facilitator, John Huckman, shared at the end of the day. I know Samuel and his staff are here for any questions we may have, and I will ask him to get us started and then turn the meeting over to John so we can get working. So, Mr. Johnson?
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. And as we noted at the end of yesterday, due to time constraints, we didn't get to share those themes. So Mr. Hoffman is going to start off with that this morning, and then you will be able to dig down into those 7 strategic areas. So with that, I'll just turn it over to Mr. Hoffman.
Great. Thank you, Samuel. Good morning. Let's dive in. I do want to begin with an introduction of myself. My name is John Hockman, and I'm a principal with the McKinley Advisors, not McKinsey, they cost more, McKinley. And our firm's specialty is working with mission-driven, volunteer-governed organizations like TCA. That is what our firm has always been about. We think there are some unique attributes to working in this climate and working with volunteer leaders like yourselves. And so we service this sector. And I am not an expert in transportation. I'm not here for transportation expertise. I am an expert in strategic planning for organizations like TCA. So I come with process and connected with your expertise and knowledge of TCA and all of its agenda, combined with the staff expertise, is the right recipe to drive strategic planning forward. So that's just a little bit more of context of how I came to be here. I look forward to the conversation today. My job is to facilitate your dialogue. Really, this is the board's collective chance to steer strategy and decide where this organization goes. And I'll talk more in a minute about the comments that you shared with me in advance of this day. But needless to say, what I heard overwhelmingly was the sense that the boards are here to set direction, and that's exactly what today is all about. So with that understanding, we do have 3 intended outcomes today. What is the direction for TCA over the next 7 years? Can we get consensus on vision and mission statements as a part of that strategic plan? I did interview all of you, but there were 3 directors I couldn't get to, but otherwise I spoke to everybody and got some feedback on those already. I'll share more on that in a minute. And then what happens after today? We are not asking the boards to adopt the strategic plan today, but what will happen to refine it and get into final form. So that's what we're going to do by 1:30, and we will be on time. That is my commitment to you. I'll talk more about that going forward, but let me ask you some questions. You probably have been a part of strategic planning efforts, whether for your jurisdiction or other employers or ways you're involved in the community. Some people haven't had the best experiences ever in the world with strategic planning. So let me ask you, what will make today a 5-star experience for you? What would the boards do or not do in the next several hours that will cause you to feel like this was a productive and valuable use of your time as a director? So I'm open for input.
Director Minigar, and just for housekeeping, you have these green cards underneath your place card, so you can use that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, my objective from this morning's workshop or session would be to come up with a unified vision for the 2 agencies, that what we are going to be accomplishing 7 years from now. I want to make sure that 7 years from now, I'm not going to be on this board, if I'm alive, that we say, okay, we have met those specific items. This agency, TCA, unlike other agencies, unlike OCTA or SCAG or Sandbag, RCTC is quite different because of its dynamics and because of being, the way we are over the past number of years and having, resistance from some other agencies. But the well-being of this organization. I want to make sure that this is what we're going to be accomplishing from that. And then later on, I'm pretty sure that you are going to be presented to the two sister agencies for, ratification of, the roadmap for the next 7 years. It's going to be critical. My number one priority on that would be how we can financially, how viable this organization is going to be.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you. And Director Taylor.
My goal to make it a 5-star experience would be that that when we come out of this, we have a plan that basically carries the same commitment to innovation and excellence that the beginning speakers did in the morning. That the plan, our plan carries on that same commitment, and that's what I would like to see out of this.
Yep. Great, thank you.
Very good. Chair Kelly.
Yes, I think I'm very excited to be able to be a part of this strategic planning, and I think I'd like for us really to realize what a unique opportunity this is. Anyone who goes back a number of years knows that we didn't have these opportunities that we have now because of our really excellent financial footing that we're on right now. So I think we need to think big and think smart and think regionally rather than thinking about our own little jurisdictions. So I think it's going to be very valuable, and I look forward to a 5-star experience. Thanks.
Thank you.
We also have Director Reynolds.
Yeah, thank you. In terms of process, so certainly finishing by 1:30, making sure that we have time at the end, that we're not rushed at the end. So we have a time to sort of step back, say, what have we accomplished today? Do we have any last thoughts? I've been part of a few planning processes where we've been very rushed at the end, and then you remember something driving home. So making sure we're not rushed at the end. And then I hope everyone feels at the end of the process that they had a chance to sort of share their opinions and speak up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Any more? Well,
Anybody on
Yeah,
online?
anybody online? I don't see anyone.
Yeah,
hands
okay.
raised. Yeah.
Thank you. And we will just continue the dialogue during the day to make sure we're staying on track, if you will. As a professional facilitator who does this for a living, I always talk about ground rules. That's not probably necessary with this group. You manage meetings all the time, but it is really important to me. One of the things that you shared in my conversations with you is, of course, there are different tenures on this board. Some are new and some have been around for a long time. There are, as I understand it, and as I've heard from you, differing points of view on some critical issues, but that sort of as Director Reynolds was saying, that everybody should be able to be heard. And I hope that we'll be able to do that as we go forward today. Say the thing for us is, if you've got a question that you might be concerned could make somebody else feel uncomfortable or would be a provocation for the room, this is actually the time to ask that sort of a thing. Of course, respectfully and professionally, but strategic planning is the time to say, let's poke at something and say, what's the best way to go forward with an idea? So that's what is intended there. And obviously, I'm not going to read all the bullets. To the extent we can stay focused here on this meeting, we will move at a nice pace. To that point, we've got a lot of ground to cover, you know that. We're going to have probably between 20 and 30 minutes on each of the 7 areas. I don't expect typically that you will want this exact same amount of time for every topic. Some you're going to want to dive more deeply into than others. I'm going to try and manage that, but I would just ask your indulgence. There are times when I may say respectfully, can we move to the next topic so that we are not rushed at the end and so that we do cover all of the areas that are part of the plan. So we'll just work that out together as we go forward, but wanted to acknowledge that may be something we'll need to do going forward. Okay, so here's the content that I was going to share yesterday afternoon that I think everyone's glad we moved on from. As I said, I was able to speak to all but 3 directors from the 2 boards combined. I very much appreciate your time in doing that. As we go through this, and as you think about the content that was shared yesterday from all the different speakers, I'm going to begin with the end in mind here is, so what do we do with what we heard from the esteemed panel, from the prior leaders, from the staff and their really robust presentations that were a part of yesterday, and what I'm about to share with you now that I heard from you all? What does that mean in terms of strategic moves or actions that TCA should be taking going forward? How should this plan respond to all those different sources of input? So we just ask you to think about that going forward. In terms of the conversations I had with you, I'll try and share the themes that I heard. I've got some notes here, so I will look down from time to time. Goals, priorities, and interests that the board would like to see TCA pursue. First thing I heard clearly was TCA is a healthy, financially a very healthy organization. How do we keep it there? How do we continue to have strong financial health? And what's the best way to leverage that strength on a going forward basis? And there's some real questions about that. Second thing I heard was, let's stay focused on our mandate. Why does TCA exist? And the roads, the toll roads, is the original mandate. And are there opportunities to help other communities or to help in other ways with transportation needs in the area going forward? So these were questions that I heard from some of you. And when I'm sharing these thoughts, I'm not sharing universally what I heard, but I am sharing themes that I heard from directors across the board. Second big area that I heard from you all in significant ways, and this will come up repeatedly, is what I'm broadly going to label public relations. That TCA's relationship and image with other agencies like OCTA and others, with the public at large, with road users themselves. Clearly, I heard a lot that there have been some twists and turns and ups and downs with those perceptions and images, and that you as directors are really concerned and interested in leaning into that and ensuring that TCA is a good partner and seen and understood to be a good partner going forward. So part of that public relations is making sure that folks understand why you exist, how you use funds, how you're really working towards goals for the future in a way that is transparent and understood widely. One of the other things I heard from you all around this, what I'm broadly labeling public relations, is what are the best ways to communicate what can be complex issues in ways that are really understandable for even those who may not have the expertise or the depth of experience with some of the items that are talking about. Financial issues or transportation planning issues, those sorts of things, how to communicate in ways that are understandable for the recipient on the other end. And part of that is not double talk, not using jargon, not using language that only sort of insiders understand. So there's a lot there. And related, but somewhat different, is a request from you all to continue to ensure that there's a healthy and open flow of information to the boards from the staff and TCA to the public overall, and making sure that people know what's going on a regular basis. So there's a lot there, and I'm going to add to it here important challenges that you think TCA will face in the next 7 years. How to increase ridership, and what are the strategies to do that? You're busy during peak times right now, but a lot of hours of the day when the roads aren't used as much. Are there things to be done there? What kind of pressures are there to reduce single occupancy vehicles? And there's a lot related there. There's a whole environmental thread. I'll talk more about that in a moment. What are the right ways going forward to create links to other transportation modalities? You know, how can the toll roads connect to other things, other modes of transit going forward? And of course, I heard repeatedly, you know, a continued focus on safety and how do we continue to meet the moment as it will for safety on the roads. Again, this in terms of an opportunity going forward, a challenge going forward, I heard more about the communications needs and really specifically a lot about the relationship with OCTA and Caltrans, and that it, you know, it just has not, it has been through some real tough times. It probably is a better place than it was, but it continues to be an area of concern for directors to make sure that there's really healthy, productive connections there. And part of that is understanding clearly what are the missions of those particular players, OCTA, Caltrans, and TCA. Certainly goes beyond that, but those are the primary ones, and making sure that everybody understands how those missions connect or link to one another. I haven't said it until now, but one of the other challenges that I heard from you all is, of course, paying down the debt. And it's actually more nuanced than that. As I heard you, I sort of heard three different streams of thought on that. One is, what do you mean by paying down the debt? I guess is what I'm saying is I heard different interpretations of that. One is, you know, let's make sure that we're able to meet the debt payments as they currently are structured. One is, can we pay down the debt, meaning are there ways to accelerate payments? And a third is, let's accelerate payments to get TCA out of business as soon as we can. That ultimately, that would be the end of the agency. So again, that's part of the sort of difference of points of view that I heard across the board, but there's clearly payment and at what pace is a piece of the puzzle going forward. Challenges, completing the projects that are already planned, just seeing those things through and making sure that they happen. Obviously, the cost of things has been increased with COVID and all the supply chain and those issues. And the longer we wait, the more costs go up. So just concern about making sure we follow through on those things. And then the last, well, not the last, I definitely heard some candor from directors around the relative effectiveness of the boards. The boards are large. There are diverse points of view, and that it hasn't always been easy to get to common ground on the decisions of how to move forward. And so some just differing points of view that are pretty tough to navigate, and how do we make sure that the boards work well together? Always going to have differing points of view, but the effectiveness of the board is something that you all talked about. Part of that is because, of course, by design, there's regular turnover as different elections happen and jurisdictions make different appointments. So that's always a challenge for this group to work through. Some of you sit on more than one board that is related to this, you know, OCTA or others. And so that's obviously somewhat of a challenge too, as to sort of what hat are you wearing at any one point in time. So some stuff around board dynamics. And then the last challenge that I heard from you all was from the staff perspective, you know, just you had to change a leadership a couple years ago, wasn't in a great place before that, and continuing to build trust and transparency with the staff and the boards on a going forward basis. And so that the boards haven't always felt, directors haven't always felt that they were as informed as they wanted to be in a timely manner. So ongoing work there, a lot of acknowledgement that it's not like it used to be in a good way, but continuing work there. Then we talked about opportunities, and you're going to hear some overlap here. Building stronger, more effective partnerships. So sort of taking the challenges of partnership and saying there's real opportunity here to build stronger partnerships. And a lot of you saw the seeds of those stronger partnerships in play already. Definitely heard a lot from you all around the opportunity to leverage technology to drive innovation. And certainly our speakers yesterday underscored that opportunity. I heard some real opportunities from you all to continue to address and perhaps expand environmental challenges and opportunities to continue to do good work there, including things like repurposing the toll area, the toll booth areas for solar, or lots of different possibilities, but certainly interest in leaning into the environmental side of things in a better way. Opportunities for better traffic management, and of course the dollars. Are there that you saw opportunities to leverage the financial situation of the organization for the good? That includes back to the debt repayment piece. Are there opportunities to invest in other projects? Are there opportunities to, some of you talked about, effectively working as a bank or helping with funding for others on a transactional basis? So again, that's what are the opportunities given the financial situation and the health and strength of the agencies going forward. Critical things for TCA to accomplish. What I heard is, how to address the growth of the population without increasing the roads. I mean, without building more roads. How do we meet the moment? Somebody shared yesterday 9% growth in population, 9% growth in housing, 12% estimated increase in employment, if I remember correctly. How do you do that without overwhelming the roads? So critical things to look at. And also, again, the environmental piece. How do we more fully lean into environmental mitigation going forward? For boards, we talked about focus areas. We talked about where you thought the board should focus and where the staff should focus. And you clearly said very strongly that the boards are here to provide direction. I mean, that the boards are setting policy and direction for the organization, and that's where you ought to be focused. You also want to make sure that there is strong fiscal responsibility and fulfilling your fiduciary responsibilities, staying on track with all of that. And also the board should stay focused on the best interest of TCA as an agency. And when you're in the context of your TCA responsibilities, not as focused on the interests of other entities that might be a part of the conversation. You represent jurisdictions. Obviously, you can't help but be thinking about those. And what do you have to do to think about TCA's best interest on a going forward basis? In terms of the staff, where you wanted the staff to be focused is following the direction of the board, following through on what the board has asked them to do. Staff need to be making sure they're running an efficient and effective organization. And you really want staff focused on building positive perceptions and relationships going forward. Okay. So then we talked about draft vision and draft mission. And I'll start with vision. And what I heard from you is mostly I heard, it's okay. I heard a lot of, ooh, it's too long. I heard some, well, there's a lot of big words there. Not sure it's very plain spoken. But in the end, as I was talking to you, mostly what I heard is, I could be okay with it. I'm to a person, you said, I'm not going to wordsmith. I could pick on some words. I could change some words. There's some things I have to say here, but I'm not going to do too much of that. Mostly, I think it's okay. Madam Chair.
I want to interrupt for a second. I just want to note for live stream that both Director Waits is present here and we have Director Penaloza online.
Excellent. Thank you. So the last two more points on vision. It was made note that it doesn't address the core job of paying down the debt. Doesn't specifically speak to that. And there was just a question, are we really for all residents and road users, are we accessible enough? Are we, sort of dealing with that part of the equation? Then we talked about a draft mission statement. And broadly speaking, the feedback was pretty similar, meaning I could be okay with that. It's really long and there's some complicated wording that might not be particularly accessible to everyone. Sort of pretty high altitude and might not be as approachable as we want. Again, comments on it doesn't speak to debt repayment. And the last specific thing I heard is that it doesn't speak to a limit of scope. Highway network could be interpreted very broadly, and that could potentially open the door to sort of scope creep in the agencies. We'll talk in more detail about these, but that's what I heard. And then finally, just other, I asked you, is there anything on your mind that you hadn't had a chance to talk about? And a lot of you reiterated the points you made, but a couple other things that were raised. Where does the issue of privacy get addressed? We did hear some of that conversation yesterday afternoon about how important that is and what work is already going on there. And given this, the structure of TCA and the JPA history there, what should we be doing to talk about impact on air quality across the jurisdictions that are involved here? I mean, a specific part of the environmental stuff, but specifically air quality, and how would that fit in? So that's the summation of what I heard from you thematically, and would ask you just to consider that as a part of the content as we go forward today. I don't want to get stuck on this, but I will ask questions, things you would like me to clarify going forward.
Sorry, Director Wagner.
Thank you. I don't think you and I discussed this in our conversation, but you brought it up now, and I think it is an overarching concern. You talked about how we ought, when we show up here, put aside our respective jurisdictions and focus on our role with TCA. And I think it was either Booth or Dan Young said essentially the same thing in the presentation yesterday. I may be in the minority on this, not the first time that's ever happened. I disagree. I'm here only because people put me here, and they put me here to represent them. And I think we do them a disservice if we put them out of mind and only focus on the functioning of the corporate entity. And so I push back on that particular idea. Quick example, and again, I'm on the minority in this, but it is, to my mind, undoubtedly in the best interest of TCA if we continually, minimally increase tolls every year. I personally do not believe that is in the best interest of my constituents. I voted against it. Others feel differently for different reasons, but really, I want to throw out there, is it our responsibility to put aside our jurisdictions and focus on the corporate entity? I don't think so.
And I think Director Minigar is ready to debate you.
Very well.
Director Minigar.
No, I'm
Just
not
kidding.
trying to let the supervisor back,
Question.
but your points are well taken. I do concur with your statement. What I did not hear from the feedbacks of my colleagues was the fact that, if you put it in perspective, when I was the chairman, the state of California, i.e. the state assembly, had prepared the bill to abolish this organization. We have not talked about it, and I think it ought to be included in our discussions that for the next 7 years, we want to see if potentially new bills are introduced in Sacramento. What would be the essence of those new bills? What they want to accomplish, and what are their concerns with my good friend Senator Pat Bates from my home city of Laguna Niguel that, it's not reintroduced again. So the bottom line is we need to discuss it to see why they wanted to introduce it at the beginning. That we can maybe for the next 7 years, we can think about that, we can, come up with a plan. Not to attack them, no, not at all. That's not what I'm saying. To see that they're not coming back to us by saying that we are introducing this bill to combine OCTA.
Director Minigar, can you move the microphone towards you so our
Okay. So am I
online
clear on
directors can
that?
hear you?
Yes. Yeah. Do we need to repeat that, you think, for the
Or
Zoom?
if you can just summarize
Just a
it.
quick,
Yeah, quick summary of it.
Well, the quick summary would be that we wanted to make sure that we discuss if potentially new bills are introduced in Sacramento by the state assembly or the state senate in reference to abolishing TCA as an organization.
Yeah.
So they don't come up with a new bill to ask OCTA to take over this organization.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments?
Okay, Director Voigt. Probably closer to you.
Director Supervisor Wagner, the fact is that we're all here involved because we want to give the people of Orange County another option to the 5 freeway, the congestion that's out on the freeway. We're trying to make life better in Orange County. I affectionately call Orange County the last piece of gold, the once golden state, and it's about the people we're representing. And so as much as I enjoy and I feel blessed to serve on TCA, the people, the constituents of my city, the people in South County are the people we're really truly serving. And I think that the majority of us all here, because we have a commitment to the people. So that's why we fight so hard. And so I just want to concur with Director Wagner. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's about time, it's about family. Time is family, so.
Director Miller, followed by Director Veal.
So I heard a lot about, separate yourself from your other agencies and your constituency when you're here. I don't agree with that either. I mean, the information that we get by sitting on other agencies helps us drive what the vision is that they're trying to accomplish. And what we don't want to do is conflict with them. We need to work with them. And being able to bring that information in makes us a stronger organization, I think. We know what they're trying to accomplish. They don't always know what we're trying to accomplish, and we need to have closer communications. I got on one of those other agencies specifically to improve that communication, and it has gotten better, and Sam has done a good job with it. But we shouldn't divorce ourselves and say, well, this is the only objective we care about, because it can impact other objectives that could be detrimental in other areas of the community. If we want to look at the community as a whole, that we're trying to enhance that experience, we need to work more closely with them. My constituency is the most important part. And I do understand what they mean by we need to take a look at how you represent your constituency and the agency at the same time. Sometimes they will conflict. And that's why we are going to have arguments on this board, because first and foremost, I was elected by my constituency, not by this board. I was appointed to this board by the same people that elected that my constituency elected. And so there can be conflict in that. And I think it's healthy. We need to understand it, because just because this agency thinks we should go and do something, it may have a very serious negative impact on a community. We need to take that into consideration. And so I understand what they're trying to say is that when you're here, you're a TCA director and you need to think like a TCA director. And I agree with that. But that all that other information that we can bring in helps us be better directors to understand what the rest of this county is looking for and what our constituency and other agencies expect of us. So I agree with Director Wagner. I think it goes a little bit farther, that we need to listen to our colleagues that sit on other boards because they don't sit here. And some of us are fortunate enough to sit on multiple boards and understand what's going on in both places and try to get them to communicate a little bit better. So thanks.
Thank you. Director Beal?
Yeah, I have a different point of view. I listened very carefully yesterday and heard what they were telling us. And ultimately, each of us obviously need to represent the voters that put us in office to the best of our ability. And we bring that with us. But when we are at TCA, we should all collectively and individually be working to make the TCA the most successful agency that it can be to carry out its mission. And I believe I have observed situations where individuals who might serve on other boards, I think there's a conflict that comes here. And it seems that a different agency's agenda is put forward to the detriment of TCA, its directors and its staff. Not all of us have a seat at the table at a place like OCTA. And we sometimes have been excluded from really, really important discussions that end up with contracts that impact our cities. It wasn't that we were given the opportunity to give input and participate in the negotiations. We were intentionally excluded from it. And it was there have been situations where those type of agreements are made. And not only are we excluded, but they started off to be discussions to be done within TCA. But when the direction that TCA was moving towards resolving a set issue didn't meet up with the likes or desires of people on other agencies, they took it to their other agencies, excluded us. And that's, in my opinion, disrespectful to our agency, to our staff members, and to the individual cities that have been excluded. I think that is a cause for controversy and dissension, and it hinders the ability of TCA to be the success that it could be. I'm all for people having great information that they can garner from other places, but when you sit in this board, you should be working to make TCA the most successful that it can be. I have had the opportunity to speak to one of the presenters in our first panel yesterday. They spoke directly of this issue to me, and they said point blank, you should consider a policy where if you serve on OCTA, you probably shouldn't serve on this agency because there's an obvious conflict. We may have similar goals, OCTA and TCA, but there may be different ways to get to that goal. And it's very hard to serve two masters.
Well, thank you. And maybe you're not in the minority that you thought you were in. But
If I may briefly, my whole point is we're not serving two masters. The question is, who's our master? In my view, clearly, again, and I don't know that I'm in the minority on this, the master is the public that elected me to serve here. I just do it through different boards, but there's only one master. And I want to push back on the idea that there are two, TCA when you're here, and then your other jurisdiction. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know if it would be categorized so much as masters or really how we've really come together here at the TCA. What I think when we're here, we should not be facilitating or promoting any unnecessary conflicts with other agencies and jurisdictions or even with our constituents. If we're here at TCA, I think how the positions that we represent, the votes that we cast should be on one focusing on resolving any conflicts, finding that capability to really advocate and represent our constituents, which I think that that's where Director Wagner's point is, and that's true because we're elected by the people. So at the very end of the day, it is the people that we represent here at TCA, but with the mind of what's the mission statement? And I think the strategic plan that we're putting together, that whatever decisions we made, the people we represent in no way will prevent us or be an obstacle, make it more difficult in meeting the mission statements or your strategic plan. And there are different ways to get there, right? As long as you're not doing something that's in contradiction to the mission statement and your plans and goals, or delays. I think all of us here are being fiscal conservatives. Is any delay in those projects that we're promoting will not increase costs. Because if it increased costs, then gee, you know, I'm sure the people we represent are going to be really mad at us. They don't care about, you know, OCTA, Caltrans versus TCA or cities versus wet city. All they care about is, did you just waste $100 million because you guys can't get along? So I think when we deal with these issues, if we come in, when we come in here, I think the TCA had, I at least the expectation and how I conduct myself as the TCA had when I'm here is nothing that I do on behalf of the people I represent would be contrary to our mission statement.
Yeah, and respectfully, I'm going to use this as a moment to move forward. I think that we just illustrated the point that I heard from you individually was we don't always see things the same way, and sometimes that slows us down, and sometimes we have to work through it, and sometimes we do that better than other times. And let's dive into the meat of the strategic plan moving forward, if we might. And excuse me, our first, well, I would just say, again, coming back to the statement, so what did you hear about the board that adds to all the other sources of input that you've had going into strategic planning? Would just remind you to think about that. So I'm going to actually skip these slides. I have learned I'm going to break one of my own rules right now, which is it's dangerous to stand up here and predict how much time a board is going to need on a given topic. And I'm going to go out on a limb and say finance is probably an area where you might need more time than less time. There's a lot of interest around it just because of what I heard from you. And obviously, Amy, for those of you that were able to be with us yesterday afternoon, Amy delivered a very rich presentation with a lot of information in it. And so as we go through all 7 of these areas that are the pillars or building blocks of this draft strategic plan, the content that the staff presented to you in that last segment of the day is our starting point. And you should have the handouts. And if anybody doesn't have them, we'll make sure that you get them. The copies that are they're not exactly the slides that were presented, but it's the same content in terms of what would be on the plan there in those handouts. So that's the starting point. And what we're asking from you as we go through topic by topic is, would you like the content there to read differently? Are there other objectives or areas of focus or adjustments that you need? So this is taking proposals and asking you to talk about them and either feel like they're on point or there's some way you want them adjusted. So that's the starting point on the finance is what Amy presented to you in that last segment at the end of the day yesterday. And I'm going to start at a 20-minute window on this, and we will revisit the time as we need to. Are there questions or things you want to discuss more fully about the finance and debt management proposed parts of the strategic plan?
Director Taylor.
My question would be, it looks to me like the debt, the maximum, there is a maximum debt repayment that we can accomplish. We can't pay down debt when the call dates are so far out in the future. And so there is a specific amount, even if we went to the maximum debt repayment, or are there other things that we can do to pay down debt faster?
So you are correct that it's in accordance with the call dates. And so that's why we always put call provisions on our bonds when possible. So on these recent refinancings, we've made sure there were call provisions on their 10-year call. There are ways that you could, in the future, try to pay down some of those other bonds, but it's very expensive. And so right now, that does not make sense for you. And so that's why we are proposing that you follow the call dates of those bonds, and that those are the bonds that you target for early pay down.
So then we could predict going forward over our future, the maximum paid down of the debt would be associated with these call dates. Other than making some, irresponsible, decision, which would be costly. I wouldn't want to do something like that.
Yes, I mean, at this point in time, it would not be financially feasible to be able to pay off all of the bonds. And so that's something that as time goes by and future boards, if they want to look at having opportunities like that, there would be calculations that would be done at that time based on market conditions, et cetera.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Chair O'Neill.
Yeah, so what we saw yesterday, and this is really important, it doesn't seem like one of the things we've been able to do is accomplish a public discussion with people to show how we're doing financially. And as an agency, we're actually doing quite well, and it's showing up in our credit ratings. They're going up as we continue to make these payments. And to Director Taylor's point, which is a really good one, this is something that we've been working through at the finance level. And so yesterday and I'm just going to hold this up so people can remember, yesterday when we were talking through the slides, one of the slides there were two of them, one for San Joaquin and one for Foothill Eastern, showing where we are on our debt. And we essentially have three tranches of debt on San Joaquin, and very similar to Foothill Eastern, where the first one is a call date that comes up in 2025. So if we're planning to try to pay that down, which I strongly advocate that we do, that total amount on San Joaquin is going to be 239, almost 293, almost $294 million at that time. And at a coupon of 5.25, with maturity dates of 2044 and 2049, the amount of interest that would be able to be saved on that is almost $300 million of interest on a going forward basis, which is a massive amount of money that we would be able to save the future boards and be able to pay that debt down. On San Joaquin, the second tranche is that the senior bonds, the senior bonds would come up for 2025, but we were able to, and that's over $1 billion, by the way. We do not have $1 billion to pay that down. So on those, the refunding, what we just went through on the refinancing has reduced down the percentage without extending the maturity dates, which is going to save them $100 million, 138.7 apparently $million on that. Now that does extend out the call date. The call date, even though the maturity date doesn't extend, the call date extends out to 2032. So those are not going to be available for us to be paying them down. There is the ability, of course, to bank money going forward so that a future board will be able to decide in 2032 which of these bonds make sense to repay. And then the last tranche, I'll just point out real quickly, are non-callable debt. Some of them come up between 2022 and 2036, and the others come up between 2038 and 2046. That's what Ms. Potter was referencing, saying that those are going to be pretty expensive because as non-callables, you're paying the interest anyway. And so the question for a future board that we will not be on will be whether to pay those down early. But when it comes down to what we have in cash, what we're projecting in cash, and the ability to pay this down and keep moving forward as an agency, I agree with a lot of what's been said already. I mean, we talked about it yesterday, 90+% of our budget goes to paying down debt. And it just drives me crazy, frankly, that we had a vision statement that doesn't reference debt. So, or at least the draft that was up there. And so I continue to come back to, you always look at a budget to figure out where priorities are. If 90+% of our priorities are going to debt, maybe we're a debt repayment agency. And we need to be staying focused on that in particular. So when we're looking at this and we're saying, hey, we've got the ability to save every resident, every person that goes through money to the point where we can start making these free and we can retire the agency down the road, that's what we ought to be focused in on, because that's the commitment we've made to the riders, that someday they will not be paying tolls to us. Will a future agency take it over like Caltrans? I don't know, but we're not on Caltrans. It's not our responsibility to figure out what they're going to be trying to do. So San Joaquin has that ability. Foothill Eastern has that ability. I think as we're looking at the call dates and we have the ability to see a substantial interest savings that will allow us to take tolls off these roads, that's where our priority is. And I think that that's where we should be focused in on, is making sure we've got that money, which, last point I'll make, the cash flow forecast that Amy was showing us yesterday, just want to highlight these again. The cash flow forecast for San Joaquin and the cash flow forecast for Foothill Eastern all show a restricted cash balance that has sufficient money to do exactly what we just described, which is the debt pay down. Even San Joaquin will be able to, in this next 7 years, pay down the $137 million it owes to Foothill Eastern. We'll also be able to do the CIP for Catalina View and still maintain a sufficient cash flow to make sure that a future board has those additional choices to do that. And that's exactly what we should be planning for at this session. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Director Connors. Director Connors, oh, your hand is gone now. Okay.
Thank you. Sorry. I think that debt management is important. Well, obviously. I agree with everything that was I agree with everything about debt management that was said, but I think the unspoken part here, which is not our decision to make, but it may influence us now, is what do we do when the debt is paid off? And there is a school of thought that says we're supposed to build the roads, pay off the debt, go out of business. And there's another school of thought that says the roads are never going to be free. No matter who owns the roads, they're going to be tolled. And then that money is going to be used for something. And it seems to me that it depends how we see our role. If we are an organization to improve mobility in South Orange County, then that role continues. I think that when you say our goal is to build the roads and go out of business, that's a little bit like saying my goal is to graduate from college and then nothing. You know, you build the roads for a purpose. You graduate from college for a purpose. And it seems as though our mission and our goal should consider what comes after you build the roads. So part of the question is, what do you do with the money you have after you've paid off the debt? You could make the roads free. You could, but if you turn them over to Caltrans, I don't think they'll be free, because the 91 is charging and the 210 is charging, and the direction is going towards added toll lanes on the 5 and everywhere else. So I don't think these roads are going to be free. So then the question is, who do we think at this time in 2020 and 2023, who do we think is best able to decide how to use this money for regional transportation and to make sure that the money we collect gets used where it's collected, or maybe it's more needed somewhere else? So I don't want us to automatically assume we're going out of business. I think we should think about whether this organization should go out of business when the debt's paid off. And I think that decision will influence other decisions that we make now. Thanks.
Yeah, and I just want to say the room, I think I heard Amy clearly say, there was the one chart where she had that black line and the blue lines, and there was it was the long time horizon. She had the green bracket that indicated the next 7 years, to say what we're trying to do in this strategic plan is address the next 7 years in such a way. I don't know what's happened here. Okay. That would not require the boards to answer the longer term question about ultimate payoff and what would happen to TCA. That the recommendations were framed in a way that it would leave successor boards the opportunity to make those choices in the future. But that the 7-year time horizon was where we were trying to focus for what are the right choices. And then down the road, as things get more clear, there would be more opportunity to answer some of these existential questions around the ultimate conclusion. So I just fear if we try and get wrestle what is the ultimate outcome for TCA here today, we might not ever get on to any of the other topics. So, and Amy, correct me if I misstated.
No, that is absolutely correct.
Okay, thank you.
We have Director Lombard and Director Connors asked one more. So we'll start with Director Lombard first. Yeah. Have to turn it on.
Okay, so we've got this sheet here. An activity at the bottom that says execute steps necessary to allow board approval of approximately 600 million in early debt pay down as follows, and it lays out goals for San Joaquin and Foothill Eastern. I think everybody agrees with that activity for the next 7 years. I just want to state that we are getting a little bit outside of the 7-year scope, but it's clear, concise, and I agree with it. So for the record, thank you.
Director Connors? Or is that?
Thank you. I don't want to belabor the point. I just feel that it's important that we don't, that there are people in the public who think we're going to pay down the roads and they're going to become free and we're going to go out of business. And that may well happen, but I just think we might want to tailor our message so as not to commit our messaging, at least, or our decision-making towards one goal or the other. That's it.
Okay. Thank you, Vice Chair O'Neill.
Well, I can say on behalf of San Joaquin, that is my goal as a board member, and I would message that. I personally do message that to people as much as I can possibly say, but I recognize that down the road, that might not be in this board's hands, but I'm a board member of this, not anyone else. So if they want to take it over and start tolling, I'll fight them, but sometimes we lose. But the point is a good one, which is on that 7-year horizon. That's why I'm saying we need to be doing things now to make sure that there's maximum flexibility in decision-making for future boards to be able to make that decision. That is not a decision this board will get to. And that's the point when I'm talking about those 3 tranches. One is callable in 25, one will be callable in 32, and then the others are not callable until a series of years out, even to 2046. So there's a long way, there's a long horizon here, but on the short-term horizon, let's add maximum flexibility. And I agree with Director Lombard's opinion there.
Thank you. Are there other parts of the financial strategic plan content that we haven't discussed yet that is on somebody's minds, an additional or different topic?
That would be Director Beal.
To answer your question, I don't have one. I would just say that from the goal, the objectives, the activities for this immediate strategic plan, I'm fully supportive of those. I think this agency is financially very, very strong. I think we have done a very good job in terms of the transactions that we have done. We're being recognized across the country, Deal of the Year. We're doing great for our communications department, getting the word about that out to the public. And as far as activities for the coming years in the short 7-year window, we're looking to pay off early $600 million. I think it's all a positive step in the right direction. This agency, in my opinion, from a financial standpoint, is run very professionally. We've got a great record. I think we are the envy of some other agencies that wish they could have that same story to tell. So I think this is great.
Thank you. And I would concur with that. Oh, all right, Vice Chair Miller.
Okay. So I concur with a lot of what was said, especially what Director Beal just said. This is a really well-run agency, and we've done a lot of great things. But what Director O'Neill just talked about is when we make our true savings, our major savings is when we pay off debt. We can pay down $125 million worth of debt, or well, I don't know what your number was, it was like 150, 160, and save 300 million in interest. That's a true cost savings. That's the money that we can have to go forward to do our capital improvement programs in the future or pay down additional debt. So we are doing the right thing. And to say that we have to focus on debt in the first 7 years and not over the life of the agency, I don't think you can actually do that. They're very much related. And what happens at the end of when all this is paid down, that's going to be decided by other folks. You had an original panelist say that the goal was, and they've said this, we're going to build the roads, we're going to pay off the debt, we're going to turn it back over to the public. That was said by one of the panelists yesterday. I can't remember which one it was. And so to sit back and say that shouldn't be our goal, that was the original goal. And that was how it was sold to the public. We do need to keep that in mind. And as we move forward, we need to figure out how we're going to message on that, whether it happens or not, whether it goes to Caltrans or some other agency or TCA continues to exist. If that's the goal, if that's what this agency wants to do is keep TCA going, we need to message that as well. It can't be an unknown out there where people are expecting us to be gone. But that being said, let me go back to your other question. I do have some other things that are financial related. They're going to be capital improvement related to. Samuel and I, we've talked about this for years. How do we drive more ridership onto this system to increase our revenues? That's our main goal. You increase your revenues, you can do capital projects, you pay down debt. That's what our goal is right now. But Vice Chair O'Neill's absolutely right. 90% of our budget is paying down debt. So that is a huge goal, priority for this agency. So how do we pay down debt? We generate more revenue. How do we do that? And I don't know if this is the right place to talk about that, or if there's another section about, we need to start thinking about short-term trips. How do we do that? How do we get the 2-mile trip that somebody's willing to pay $2 or $3 for, but they're not willing to pay $12 to go across the top of Cattle Hill? All right. Those are things I think we need to look at. And as we move forward, and it goes back to what you said, we're busy during the peak hours and the off-peak, we are not. And so how do we get people out there and alleviate congestion off of our freeways, which I think puts us in a better position again on when we want to help with planning. We talk about regional planning and regional solutions. We didn't call it planning, we call it solutions. That was smart, by the way. How do we do that? How do we participate in that? And if we can start showing that we can alleviate traffic off other arterials, freeways by doing short trip tolling, that puts us in a better position financially and strategically with the county.
Before you answer, I want to note for the record and for the live stream that Director Chamberlain from Caltrans is now online with us. Samuel, do you?
Director Murphy's online as well.
Thank you. Director Murphy is here. Thank you.
Just to respond to Director Miller's question. So that concept for trip-based tolling, that was part of Mr. Carrier's presentation yesterday. So when you get to that segment, staff is happy to dig into it more. Sorry. No, it's good.
No.
I've instructed staff, we're going to sit back, you're going to have your deliberations. If you ask us something, we will provide input and our advice to you, but this is your discussion.
Right, thank you. I think everything is interrelated. I mean, toll agency, you're collecting money. So how you collect that money and how to increase it, it goes toward eventually how you will take care of your finances. So I think they're all interrelated. And but I think for strategic planning, it's that broader focus and the objectives that we want to focus on right now. So with that, John?
Did you want to?
No, the only thing I'd offer the board is, our finances are important. There's no denying that. And we have a clear focus on that. Hopefully you guys are seeing that from what we've laid out for the financial plan for your next 7 years. But I would think the board you should never lose sight of what the intended outcome was. You heard that on your panel yesterday. The toll roads and our debt were tools to accomplish something else. That was not the intended outcome. Your focus might be better served around how do you maintain mobility in South Orange County? How do you keep moving goods and people through the county, right? That's going to be important. That's part of your economy here. If you can't move goods and people, this is not going to be the Orange County that you enjoy today. So as you think about your tools to support that, you have to keep in mind, it's not my intent to get into that long-term debate of what may happen 20, 30 years from now. But what I see when I look at what the state is putting out, they are very focused on demand management. The state does not want anyone adding lanes of concrete that are unmanaged because they see what happens. We've seen this for 50 years. You take 10 years to come up with a plan for a project, you spend hundreds of millions of dollars to build a project. A month after you build it, it looks like you didn't do any investment. You don't see that situation occurring with any toll facility that I'm aware of because you manage demand. So that's an aspect you might want to consider. It's an important tool in your toolbox if you are focused on the economic side and the quality of life here in Orange County.
So I'm going to ask if we could move past this topic. I mean, it's always going to be in a conversation, right? It's because it relates to everything we do. But it sounds like the key questions and the information that the board wants, at least at this juncture, have been addressed, and that we could move into our next topic of and talk about environment. Is that okay? And of course, when we have a financial question, we can always revisit it. It's not speak
John,
now or forever hold your peace.
Sorry,
Yes,
just one
sir.
thing. If we could just ask the board, I want to make sure you were comfortable with those policy aspects that Amy presented, right? The liquidity reserve, that's key to maintaining your credit ratings, which helps you reduce debt and pay it down early, as you've expressed. And also the pension related policy to keep that unfunded liability at zero. So just wanted to confirm that. I see lots of heads nodding. Yes, Amy. I know we're going to continue to work through that. Amy's going to bring it to committee in January, but the board's overall support for that as we develop those details is important. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So the next topic area that we're wanting to address is the strategic plan content around environment. And we had, again, a really rich presentation yesterday. Refer you back to your notes that summarize the content there that would form this pillar of the strategic plan, the environmental program, and ask you for questions or comments about anything you were seeing there or you heard yesterday.
I don't see any hands. I think it looks like we have any concerns, really. I think we like the objectives that's included. Oh, there you go, Director Reynolds.
Yeah, so I think there's going to be some overlap with communications here. I liked everything I heard in terms of the environmental program yesterday. It sounded like the one thing that was maybe new or different is starting to think about the long-term stewardship, right? So who knows what happens with the roads, but there is an obligation to maintain all of the mitigation land, right? And so coming up with some solutions in partnerships to have that sort of in perpetuity management, I think was a really good plan. So just wanted to comment on that.
Thank you.
I think that this is the area that I've really been kind of concerned about, and to think about whether or not it would be an idea for this agency to start looking at whether or not there should be a nonprofit that would eventually take over the protection of the open space that we put in. Because if this agency ceased to exist, but we have that obligation. Somebody's gotta have to take it over. And so while we were talking about finances, and it goes back to finances, you can't just have a nonprofit with no money, because it takes a lot. So what are we going to do at that point as we look at, you know, you have your debt management program, where definitely we have made it a priority to pay down the debt at 90%. And then savings going to capital improvement, but I think somewhere in that 10%, it has to start on taking care of the environment and into perpetuity. So those are my comments. Director Connors?
Thank you. I'm very pleased with our environmental program, and I think we should consider how we can use, with our messaging, use it to somehow offset all the organizations and people who hate us. There are government organizations who are, in power conflicts, and there are environmental groups who hate roads, and there are other people who just hate the TCA. And I don't think our environmental program will ever persuade them that we are the good guys, but at least we can use it to persuade other people that we are the good guys. And in that manner, help build public support for the toll roads generally, to offset or minimize the efforts and statements of those who are opposed to this agency.
Well, given that nearly, since the inception until now, everybody hates us, I don't think anybody's going to change our mind. We're not going to be able to change our minds anyway, so we just do what we need to do. Vice Chair Miller?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is something that I've been thinking about with the different agencies I sit on, because a lot of them have mitigated lands, and Chair Wong is exactly right. Whatever happens to this agency, we are responsible for those lands in perpetuity. And we have a great organization here in Orange County called OC Parks. And this is exactly what they do. They manage open space, they maintain parks, they protect parks. We have 3 supervisors that sit on this board. And it's something that I think a nonprofit might be the answer, I don't know. But we have OC Parks that could also be an answer, because they have the infrastructure to handle it. They know how to protect the open space. They know how to create, public space. And at some point in these mitigated lands, maybe we can get some trails thrown. Who knows? That's something that we can work on. But I think that's another partnership we could look at. That they have some. I don't know why this is reverberating, but I think that's another organization we should be taking a look at. Is could they help us out? And I talk about this at other agencies I sit on too, as well. Why are we doing this? This is not our core competency. You heard it. It is one of the great things about TCA that most people don't know. I didn't realize that they got awards for this when they established the roads. That was news to me yesterday. That was really interesting. We need to be better about messaging that. But we also have to understand, we build and maintain and toll roads. We are not a parks department. We don't have a team. We have to outsource that. Why not use a county team that we can help fund and with our endowment or whatever we create? But let somebody else handle that can make it for the greater good of the entire county. But I agree with you. We need to take a look at this.
Okay, great. Director Bartlett. And then
Thank you, Madam Chair. So very good points relative to when the agency pays off the bonds and we sunset the agency. Relative to the environmental mitigation and those aspects for continuing on in perpetuity, I'd like to get Ryan Chamberlain to opine that when the bonds are paid off and we turn the roads back over to the state, meaning Caltrans, is it Caltrans' responsibility at that point to take over all of the environmental responsibilities then that TCA has done such a great job with all these years? Or is it TCA's responsibility when the bonds are paid off and we sunset to somehow continue with those aspects? So can you give us some clarity on that, please?
I think I might just jump into it. It's TCA's responsibilities. It's not Caltrans. So we're the one on the hook into perpetuities.
Okay.
Certainly, I would concur with that. The property that's that state-owned currently is the operating right-of-way for the toll roads themselves, not the mitigation plans.
Okay, so we do need a long-term plan and we should start looking at that. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Director Beal.
My comment was going to be similar to Director Bartlett's. I was going to address it, however, to our legal counsel, because what was just said doesn't really make sense to me. It seems that when there is a successor that takes over someone else's position, any continuing obligations usually would flow with our successor. In this case, it would be Caltrans. If TCA is going to be sunsetted and in effect no longer exist, I don't see how TCA is in perpetuity going to be funding this or have an obligation to do so. I don't know that we need to get bogged down in the final answer right now, though I'm obviously happy to hear any thoughts you might have, legal counsel. But for the next 7 years that we're looking at here, what we're talking about doing is initiate planning for long-term management. I would expect that the legal responsibilities is something that we would be looking at there. So I'm supportive of what's before us today, but I would be interested just if you have an answer off the top of your head, whether truly somehow TCA is supposed to be responsible in perpetuity, even if TCA no longer exists. To me, that makes no sense. And you don't have to answer if you don't have the answer.
The cooperative agreement is our agreement between us and Caltrans, and it doesn't really go beyond the actual road, as Director Chamberlain said. The idea, I believe, is that when sunset looks like it's on the horizon, that's when there would be some sort of transition created, whether it be to an agreement, a new agreement with Caltrans, a new agreement with a nonprofit, a new agreement with OC Parks. That's the concept. It's where the in perpetuity thing, it's an obligation in perpetuity. As to who actually takes that on will depend upon, the longevity of the agency and then who we agree with.
So it could be subject to negotiation at some point in the future.
Correct.
Thank you. I'm
Director-
supportive of this, what we have before us.
Director Chamberlain.
Thank you, Chair Wong. I wanted to be crystal clear with everybody. The state does not make a habit of trying to be a property owner and manage property outside of our operating right of way. So in cases where we have mitigation lands with other projects, there have been endowments set up. Even when the state mitigates their own projects, we usually pay fees to organizations for credits to offset impacts to habitat and the like. But we do not want to continue to acquire property where we have to manage it in that respect. We want to stay with our own core responsibilities, and that's maintaining, owning, and operating the state highway system. So I would encourage TCA and all of us to think about how do we start to budget for an endowment that may actually help us to transfer that to some other ownership where somebody can maintain it in perpetuity and have revenue to do so or have funding to do so.
Thank you. Director Bartlett.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. So to the points of Directors Beal and Chamberlain with regard to the ongoing maintenance responsibilities of TCA and the fact that the state won't be covering that maintenance obligation, but also with the endowment, I think we need to set up strategically a non-wasting endowment, meaning that the money generated continues to flow into the endowment and it continues to increase in funds, so that we don't run out of money, because TCA, once we sunset, we won't have any money to put into the endowment. So a negotiated agreement with Caltrans to set up a non-wasting endowment, and whoever manages that endowment, we have that at OCTA through our environmental sector at OCTA. We have a non-wasting endowment for all of the mitigation properties that we're responsible for as an agency there. And that's really the best way to go. So if we just think about it in advance, setting up a non-wasting endowment, then I think we can get ourselves strategically placed where we're fine for the future, knowing where Caltrans is positioned at this point. Thanks.
Thank you. Chair Kelly, followed by Director Lumbar.
Yes, and I served on the OC Parks Commission for a number of years, a few years back. and there is definitely precedent for open space being handed over to OC Parks. In 2010, Irvine Company gave 20,000 acres of open space to OC Parks, which OC Parks gladly took and has been able to utilize. So I think that as we've all said, this is not going to be anything that we're going to see on this current board here, but I think there's precedent, and I think that that will be something that future boards will consider, but we do definitely have precedent there.
Director Lombard?
So again, I agree with everything on this sheet, but I think, given what legal counsel just said, that it's open to negotiation in the future for somebody else. Maybe it's the county to take over, maybe it's somebody else. We need to be cognizant of the amount of capital we're putting into this right now and the amount of infrastructure for environmental stewardship we're installing now, because that becomes less a sort of you may have a situation where the county doesn't want to take over some of this stuff and have to maintain it in the future, right? So we can have a non-wasting endowment, that's great. But as we keep adding to our programs, it's going to be more and more expensive to maintain, which seems to be in conflict with an overarching goal of, sunsetting the entire agency. So I think, these are really good communications for our constituents. It makes everybody feel great, and I'm fully in favor of environmental stewardship. But we need to make sure we don't have scope creep, patting ourselves on the back because of the future obligations that we're incurring. Thanks.
Director Heff?
I guess my comment would be with regard to OC Parks, Chair Kelly, I just would want to make sure that the very precious resource, our open lands, our just all the environmental land that we have, if we would be turning it over or look at the possibility of turning it over to another government agency, that it would be in good hands. We can't always say that about government agencies, and I would want to make sure that we would look at their ability to take as good care of it as we have.
So perhaps probably for this prompt would be for, in the next 7 years, not just to set up the endowment, but really to focus on finding a partner or any of the governmental agencies that would be interested, and or either that or there are other nonprofits as well. But I think definitely
Madam.
not TCA is going to manage it.
Yeah, no, correct, Madam Chair. And what we've highlighted there in the activities, as was noted, over this 7-year window, we conduct planning and studying to figure out what's best, thinking about that long-term condition that may exist.
Right. And no matter which agency, whether it's, OC Parks, Caltrans, nonprofits, I'm pretty sure they don't want to take on the, massive acreage without a substantial endowment to come with it. So I think that before we talk about partnership, I think we have to make sure we put money in the bank for it. I don't see other hands. John?
Okay. We are scheduled for a 15-minute break. We are one topic area behind schedule already, although as I predicted earlier, the finance part might have taken longer than some others will. But I would propose that we take that break and come back and pick up communications immediately after the break.
Well, the chair is going to use her discretion and cut it down to 5. So if you have enough time to run down the hallway and come back, please. Thank you.
Thank you. There she is. Oh. Okay, thank you for that quick break. As said, communication strategy is the next piece of the puzzle. Again, would refer you to your handouts for all the proposed content around that pillar of the strategic plan. And as Lori presented it yesterday, questions, comments, concerns about anything you're seeing related to communications?
Anything, Director Heft? Do you have a questions or comment, Director Heft?
Oh, I think it's left over.
All right. Vice Chair O'Neill?
Thanks. Just real quickly, one of the ideas for next year, since I'm vice chair, there will be an election. I'm just saying, if I ended up as chair, my intention would be on the communication side is to come to the San Joaquin member agencies at council and actually talk a little bit about where we are financially to make sure that all of your member agencies are aware of all the good work that you're doing. And so I'd like to make sure that I just make that offer and would coordinate that with the other, with all of the member agencies to make sure that your bodies and the people you represent are aware of the financial good work we're doing here and an ongoing forward basis. So that'll be part of, and I'll work with Lori on that. That'll be, and Amy, that'll be part of the communication strategy going forward too. Thanks.
Yes. Director Wagner.
Yeah, briefly, the communication strategy, we agree. I think that we've got a great story to tell. We ought to make sure that we're telling that story, but we should also make sure, and I didn't see it expressly in here, is communicate in such a way as to make people want to use and to in fact use the toll roads. Explain how. This is a great alternative to that impacted 5, that impacted 4, of whatever it happens to be in whatever community. So a key component of communication is to say, and this great work helps you in the following ways, and get people on our roads.
And that's part of the answer to the question from Director Miller earlier about how do we increase usage?
Right. Director Reynolds.
Thank you. I agree with that last statement completely. I also, in the interest of time yesterday, I didn't thank Lori for her presentation. So I wanted to thank that. I really appreciate the communication plan here. Really like the idea of the virtual guided tours, since a lot of our land is stuff we can't go on. So using that tool for additional communication. There was a little bit of discussion yesterday, I think, in terms of how do we measure where we're making progress on those goals, whether it's increased ridership or improved public perception. So I think having a tool to see if we are sort of moving the needle on specific communication goals would be really helpful as well. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Director Connors.
Thank you. Following on what was just said, I guess that was Vice Chair O'Neill. I think we might put more emphasis on a speakers bureau, or at least among all of our directors here, we might broadcast to our communities, not just to our member agencies, but to our Rotary Club and our Chamber of Commerce and our, American College Women and everybody else, all these organizations that are starting to meet again and that like to have informational speakers. I think that would be, to the extent we can know about it and put that information out into our community, it's a good way to educate our residents about the roads and what we do and what we offer.
Thank you. Chair Kelly.
Yes, thank you. I also didn't jump in yesterday to congratulate Ms. Olin on the work that she's done. But some of us who do go back a ways remember how relatively less had been done in the past. And since Ms. Olin took over the communications and her team, we are seeing just tremendous press releases and communication strategies that I just really commend her for that. And then as directors, we need to take that a step further. And as Vice Chair O'Neill said, we need to share that with our councils. So I know that I give a TCA report at every, once a month at our city council meetings, and I use those press releases, and I use a really valuable tool is the board highlights that I think Mr. Bott or someone on the team puts together. And it makes it so easy for us to be able to give these updates and to share the good news about what is going on with TCA. So I just encourage all of us to be sure to use those opportunities where we have a microphone in front of us and a special time allotted at the city council meetings to be sure to share that good story. But I've been just truly impressed with our communications team and wanted to make sure they know that. Thanks.
That is very true. Good job, Lori. Thank you. She is, because I think we've really stepped up in our communications this past year. So good job. And I like what you have put in here. I think we've been talking about it, and that is highlighting our past, because we accomplished a lot. And I think the rich history we have, especially on the innovation side, and all those awards that we have won for wildlife protection, none of that is out there. And, you know, it's amazing. It takes sitting in this spot to see that, whereas, you know, our residents should know about, you know, what we have been able to accomplish instead of seeing that, you know, concrete bridge going through their city. They should also see that what else have we done for the environment and the county as well. Director Minigar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to echo what Chairs Kelly and Juan mentioned. I've been extremely pleased with the communications efforts of TCA specifically and explicitly over the past year and a half. Communications is the key. Public perception, public acceptance are very critical with our users, our patrons of this organization. And above all, I do recall that at the same time that the organization has done a superb job, I wanted to make a suggestion. I do recall that almost 15 years ago, we used to have a representative from TCA showing up at the city council meetings of my home city of Laguna Niguel, which was pretty good at the time. I don't know the reason for that why they had that kind of plan, but I truly think that if we have someone from TCA, not on a monthly basis, no, maybe on a kind of semi-annual basis, to come and make a short presentation to the city council of individual cities, regardless if the cities happen to be on this board or other cities that happen to be not a board, you know, a member, to talk about all the good things that TCA has been doing, because it's a kind of marketing, it's a kind of PR, but positive PR, I think it would have a lot more impact in the future of future well-being of this organization. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Heft.
So thank you, Chair Wong. I'm a big fan of Ms. Olin and her whole communications team. I think she's done a wonderful job. And while I would like to think that the detractors we've been dealing with for so many years are completely gone, we know that's not a reality. And I think it's very important also as an agency to make sure that we do everything possible to set the record straight when it comes to our history, when it comes to where we came from. I think Kurt Pringle, year and a half ago, whenever it was, you know, he talked about just the history of the organization, how there was a lot of struggle, there were a lot of sacrifices, there was a lot of risk involved. And I just think the picture that is painted by the media and by, you know, different groups is not always accurate. And I think it's very important to also make sure that we are in a mode that make sure we put ourselves in a position that we don't let untruths go, you know, defended, and that we can make sure we say, you know, this is exactly what happened. This is where we are. This is where we're going, and that we don't
we don't forget that part. I think it's important.
Director Voigt?
I concur with everything on here. I think that Ms. Olin, you've done a great job. I like the calming, soothing aspect of what you were talking about yesterday, because I think that when you get off the main freeways, that driving the 241, you got so much more beauty on there, less traffic, which is better for us all, and more time with our families. And so I agree with everything that's on here. So I think that we're good. Thank you.
Chair Kelly?
Yes, real quick, I forgot to mention another resource that we have that we might not always think about, and that is I did have Jeff Bott come to a city council meeting and speak and give an overview of TCA. And so as board members, we have all these wonderful resources. We have the press releases, we have the board highlights, we have all the communications efforts that go out, but we also have people. And Mr. Bott came and did a really good job, and he is available. Our team is available to support us in our cities. So let's make sure that we take advantage of that. And it seems like no matter how many times you repeat something, people still don't hear it. Because like I said, I give reports at every meeting and still I'll hear, oh, really? I didn't know that. I hadn't heard that. So use our resources, use our people, use our communications media that we have. Oh, we're also Facebook and YouTube and all that. So thank you.
Thank you. I think Chair Kelly is correct. We have a, an outreach department head up by Mr. Bott. So I think encourage everyone to utilize that resource available to all of us. John?
I think we're good to move forward. Yeah, thank you. So our next pillar of the strategic plan to focus on is customer service. And again, you've got a handout that outlines the intentions with the strategic plan as it relates to customer service, and a great presentation yesterday. Are there any questions or comments about that part of the draft plan?
Director Voigt, is that Director Voigt, is that a leftover green card or? All right. All right, Director Huff.
I just want to say when it comes to customer service, this organization is top notch at making sure that we're constantly on top of our game and, striving for the best. I was chair of the toll ops committee, and I was just always impressed with how staff is making sure that they're paying attention to, how customers are feeling about their response time, about, how they feel that their needs were met. And they're very sensitive. And, you don't always see that from a government organization. And I would just give kudos to the way that we are very in tune with how important customer service is.
Thank you. I think that's one of the areas of our greatest strength has always been our customer service and looking at our surveys. So I don't want to change anything. And everything here, definitely for me, I agree with, but we can always strive to be perfect. But I think in looking at the surveys we've been conducting and the monthly report we get from that, you're always going to have one or two people who are not happy with you. But I think this is something that we should be very proud of. Okay, I will speak for myself. I get really upset over the fact that my transponder is still not working. So there you go. And I will not move over to a 6C because I needed the 3 switch. So, all right, I don't see any more hands. That was quick.
Great. So our next topic is tolling technology. Any questions or comments about that content? Obviously, we heard a lot from our guest speakers yesterday, as well as the staff presentation.
Vice Chair Miller?
Yeah, I think we need to move to that modem in the car immediately. That'll take care of our trip-based tolling. We can see when they get on, when they get off. I mean, I'm I'm being facetious right now, but I do think that's where we need to be going. That makes the most sense because you can actually track them. If we start doing, we were talking about road charges and things like that. But we could do the trip-based tolling off that, I think, relatively easily.
Yes, it's definitely part of what we're presenting to the board. We'd be studying this area, and as we highlighted yesterday, we have to look at the technology and the business side, right? We want to make sure whatever we do in all our areas is in alignment with your first discussion in our fiduciary responsibilities. So there are some new technologies and some options coming out that can make our job easier and more cost efficient. So we definitely want to stay on top of it.
I think in this area for tolling technology, as you know, we know that both at the federal and the state level, they're looking at tolling as the future of transportation. And the really great panel that was here yesterday. It's my opinion that we should always look at how we could be the leader in innovation. And while we're doing that, and exactly to your point about business opportunities, I think that's where we have to pursue some grants. That we're not necessarily, TCA is the one that's going to fund those technology. Perhaps, you know, Qualcomm and Sirius, XM, or even Audi is willing to put in, but whether or not, as we look at, you know, the federal transportation bill that was passed, or the state transportation, or any of those, you know, large institutions like UC Irvine's, if they have, you know, grant or partnership research, if they want to use TCA as a way of, you know, conducting that research, I think we should explore that as long as they're the one paying for it, or or paying major portion of it. I think that is a great opportunity, as long as we're not the one that's footing the bill. I think we should explore it. Go to Director Minigar and then Vice Chair Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To go back to what we discussed yesterday, I was very impressed with the expert panel with regard to the emerging technologies, and I had private discussions with Mr. Johnson last night in that regard. So the creation of the ITS committee would be something that I don't know if it's within the context of this discussion, this workshop this morning, or it should be coming back to the board for, I guess, for the approval of the committee.
So yes, Director Minigar, whatever the board approves in terms of what we laid out for you for your strategic plan, in following up with that plan, there are going to be some steps we have to take, some things we have to bring to the board, maybe existing committees, new committees. So that will be part of it. And also what Chair Wong noted, that is an opportunity for us. If we're going to play in this innovation space, there are dollars out there where we're not necessarily competing with our peers here in the county to fight over dollars. We can grow the pot and bring more money to Orange County. So we can look at all those options.
It is well taken. And also I wanted to just add to what you just said. We can, you know, we can talk to our representatives in Congress with regard to establishing pilot projects, programs, which I call it free money from the US government in cooperation and collaboration.
But it's still your tax dollars.
Yeah, of course, somebody has to pay.
This means a bigger pot, you know, other states.
Responsible elected official. I totally agree with you. Yes, we pay for it, but why not to take advantage of it? So another state or agency would not grab it from us. So having said that, to cooperate with Caltrans District 12, UCI Graduate School of Transportation has an excellent program with the latest and greatest high-tech, you know, measures. So we can deploy it on one of the toll roads here in Orange County, and then we can emulate that if the program, if the pilot project or program is successful for the full implementation.
No, I absolutely agree, Director. Even when we're looking at studies and pilots, there are opportunities there. And I would say, you know, I had a lot of success. That was my responsibility before I came to TCA in another county. Good ideas and focus on innovation, transportation. There's always some importance to that. The one thing I would caution is that it's never free money.
Yes.
Those federal dollars come with strings attached, and we would make sure the board is aware of those, because sometimes to get that money, we might have to do other things.
Very good. Well done. Thank you.
No such thing as a free lunch.
No.
Vice Chair Miller?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It was something I was thinking about earlier today, and I was kind of being joking earlier, but one of the panelists yesterday made a very important point. They said that TCA is not too big and they're not too small. They're just the right size for these types of innovations, which led me to believe that they want to partner with us because they see our system as an opportunity to test their technology. We should never pay for that. That should be 100% on them, and we should try to, leverage everything we can get out of that, because we do have a unique opportunity for them. Audi just said they're investing 1.8 billion or $180 billion. So if they want to use our toll roads as a test base, which I think would be a great opportunity for us, we need to be looking at those types of dollars for people. And I'm sure that's what you guys are doing. That's why you brought that panel in. Kudos for that. That was a good idea. But that's our opportunity if we want to get into the innovation game, which I think we're positioned perfectly to do that. But we still need to keep our core vision, in view. Okay. We do have to figure out how to move people around a little bit more efficiently. We do that really well right now. We have a lot of capacity room on those roads during the day. We got to figure out how to utilize that more efficiently. And I think by a charging road, or electrified road, what they call electrified road, that's crazy stuff, but it's really interesting to see how they do it. Now, unfortunately, when I talk to them, we are going to have to tear up a lane of traffic because they can't have steel in there. Anyway, that's another conversation. Yeah. I like that we're going down that path. I think there's a lot of money, but I'm with Chair Wong on this. We shouldn't be putting a dime into that. That should be completely on them.
So just to be clear on that, I'm hearing from the board, you don't want to pay to buy their equipment when we're testing and piloting things. And that's understandable. But our coordination side and working with those partners, ultimately there's some type of cost, staff cost, right? Consultant support, those types of things. But staff is on the same page with you. We want those companies to recognize that we're providing them an opportunity to showcase what they're doing as part of TCA. TCA, especially when it comes to things specific to tolling, folks around the world look to us to see what we're doing. So we are already a trademark name. So these private companies who partner with us, we're bringing something to the table as well that they can have intrinsic value from.
So basically, staff time to research for those innovation and discussion, I think, yeah, it would make sense that TCA pays for that. But once you're talking about designing and building it and trying it out, all that research should be covered by, these private entities or people who seek to have partnership, right? And I'm sure, all these universities that are coming out with these innovations, they want to test their theory. I mean, I'm sure some PhD, candidate out there would love to use the toll roads, but, the PhD candidate should also bring in the dollars at the same time to see how it works. So,
I would say in my experience, Madam Chair, the academic institutions, they rarely have money to bring to the table. Spent a lot of time working with the folks in UC Berkeley and PATH, looking at some of the innovation that was shared with you yesterday. So that may be viewed as an extension of staff, but we will find the right balance. Definitely, we're not looking to pay a private company to develop their solution.
Correct,
Right.
correct. Well, the thing about institution is we can always push them to use their name to grab those private investors as well. Director Lombard.
I just had a quick question. Thank you, Madam Chair. In the second bullet under objectives, it says increased customer usage. Is that customer usage of the system or of the technology?
Of our system, that was our intent, and we can clarify that.
Because I think that's really the whole point here is we want to drive users to our system by making it convenient through this technology. I mean, there's a lot of other underlying goals, but we want to increase revenue. I see it says protect revenue is the goal, but we also want to increase revenue by making it easy for drivers to use our system. So yeah, thanks.
Thank you. And I don't see anybody online. All right.
Just one more. Yeah.
Director Reynolds.
Yeah, so thank you. Similar to the last comment, I'm thinking about, again, it's just it's easy to get excited about technology. So thinking about how do any of these pilot programs or new technologies address our goals. I think convenience is a lot about customer satisfaction, but increasing that revenue improving our revenue capture, we talked a little bit about last time, and reducing our costs. The question I had yesterday about sort of benchmarking our revenue capture was, just making sure that the juice is worth the squeeze, right? In terms of how hard are we working to get those last few dollars on delinquent accounts, and just making sure we're not spending more than it's worth.
Yes,
Great.
no, correct, Director, and I know you were referring to the second part, I think was in the customer service presentation where we talked about enhancing revenue and those options there. Yes, we are very much looking at those things, and I can assure the board that in all these areas that we're presenting, we never lose sight, except the environmental area, we never lose sight of our business, right? And our ability to try and reduce costs and increase revenue. So that's always front and center. Even though we don't call it out, because maybe staff should think about that in our verbiage, because that's always there. So we never lose sight of that. So we don't think to put it on the sheet because it's just ingrained in our business here.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other hands.
So now, in a fit of irony, we're ahead of schedule.
I like that.
Yes.
How much ahead are we?
51 minutes,
51?
5-1.
Oh, okay, well, that's good because we could, you guys got two choices that I'm gonna give you. We can plow ahead, or Director Beal has kindly offered to give you a nice tour of this facilities, and I'm willing to give you 15 minutes for it. So plow ahead or 15 minutes to walk around the city hall? Okay, 15 minutes. All right. Then you get 15-minute break and to tour this beautiful facility with Director Beal. We're in recess. Thank you.
We're live.
We're live? Okay, great. Thank you, everyone, and welcome back. John?
Great. So we have two areas left, and in my ongoing quest to sort of predict timing, these might be more full conversations. One is capital programs and then regional partnerships. We're just going to keep going. Lunch is intended to be a working lunch, so when it arrives, we'll let that be delivered. But let's go ahead and dive into capital programs as, again, refer you to your handouts for the proposed strategic plan content as it relates to capital programs, and entertain your questions or comments about anything you see there.
I don't see any hands, right? Well, I think what it is that for this capital project, these are the three that we've been focusing on for so long, especially the 24191. I think really it's just let's just get it done. Same with the channelizers, get it done. Yes.
So
Mr.
correct,
Johnson?
Madam Chair, the straightforward part of this component of your plan is focused on your CIP, which you've already approved. So these projects are more straightforward in terms of their inclusion, but it's that broader concept continuing from what we were talking about earlier, being innovative, right? Looking at some of these newer technologies, how they align with the state's goals, but how they also attract more traffic to our facilities, like we showed with the in-road dynamic inductive charging, things like that, connecting our autonomous vehicles, the safety benefits that come with those things. Starting to do research and evaluation and studies in those concepts is something we wanted to get board support from, as well as some of the innovation we talked about in looking at reuse of our toll plazas, right? So we have some really innovative stuff, but then we have some really simple concepts like kiosks for dry cleaning and coffee. One board member mentioned maybe a confessional for violators where they could pull up and say their pins and move on. A good idea. Those aspects, but then also continuing to work to enhance our partnership with Caltrans. So those three components are really big to get the board strategic direction on.
Yeah, I agree. I was just thinking that our capital project actually kind of intersects with regional mobility partnership, which is the next thing. They kind of come together. But our focus right now is on these projects we have delivered, as well as innovations, because as we look at these projects, if there's a way to bring about those innovative projects, I think one of the panelists has spoken to this, or maybe staff did, is when you're building these new projects, embedding it with these, new technology is when you want to do it and try them out, then rather later on. So
if that timeline works out, our panelists presented some great ideas, and we know they've had some experience and success in doing it in other countries. And I know the state of Michigan is doing something, state of Florida. So it's not brand new, but we haven't seen how it looks on our facility. So we need some time to look at that. And then if it makes sense and we want to do a pilot, especially that scale of a pilot, we'd want to come back and talk to the boards about that, or either both boards or whichever board wins. I don't want Director Mennegar to pick on me about which facility would go first. But we need to do some legwork first. So staff time, consultant support, we got to understand this stuff and how it makes sense for TCA, and then take the next step. On some of the other innovations, they're more straightforward, right? So when we talk about some aspects of the connected autonomous vehicles and how those vehicles can talk to equipment on the roadside, those are really small scale pilots, not a whole lot of work. Rick Carrier, Mr. Carrier can coordinate hanging additional equipment on our existing gantries. So that's not a big effort. So, but we still want support from the board on that stuff. Also, when it comes to the toll plaza reuse, that could be a significant effort at some point, but initially our thoughts are, as I believe Director Mennegar mentioned, partnerships with UC Irvine Chapman University, we've been having some of those preliminary discussions to engage in kind of an in-depth conceptual study. Does it make sense? Does it make sense technically? Does it make sense from a business perspective to the folks who play in that autonomous vehicle industry, being Uber, Lyft, and those folks? So there are a lot of pieces to do. So that's why it's laid out over this 7-year period. We haven't developed any kind of schedules on how we'd approach this because we want to get your buy-in first, that it makes sense. Staff thinks it makes sense. We think it's a good opportunity for TCA, but we'd be requesting your support for that.
Okay, thank you. Director Beal?
Thank you. I'm supportive of just about everything that I see here, the goals, the objectives, the activities, with one exception I touched on a little yesterday. I have concerns about the notion of this dynamic inductive charging, because as I understand, it sounds like we would be tearing up roadway to place these sorts of things underneath. And if that's the case, I just don't know if it's worth it. And I know what's talked about as the activity is to study, do outreach, and/or pilots to assess it. And I'm concerned what the cost would be to do it as it relates just to this charging solution. And if we're not constructing new lanes where we're just going to build from scratch and put that underneath it, I'm hesitant to do anything on our toll roads that would diminish the experience for our riders today. Going from 2 lanes to 1, for example, could create traffic, slow down the route for our drivers today. For what benefit? I don't really know that it makes sense. I think we have less than 60 miles total of roadway that we have constructed. And I don't know how much that charging underneath our 60 miles is going to matter in the grand scheme to people that are traveling all over. I don't know that we need to be at the tip of the spear when it comes to something like that. So bottom line, I'm a little concerned about spending money, time, and effort about that. I don't know if the benefit is worth it. And I'm cautious and worried about diminishing the experience for our drivers today because we're going to be tearing up our roads to put any of that down on a pilot program.
So to address your first question, Director Beal, so similar to what we discussed a little while ago, if we were to proceed with a pilot, my concept would be that we ask these private companies, Electreon and the others who play in this space, to do it as a public-private partnership. They pay the cost for whatever construction needs to be done. I have to look to Mr. Carrier. I don't feel like that construction is all that different than what we do today. We put a lot of loops out there in the road. That's how part of our toll system works. So it's not vastly different. Doesn't take a whole lot of time to do that work. If we did have to do closures, they'd be temporary, right? Overnight type closures while they do their installation. And then it's open back up. And we definitely would not be looking to limit the use of that lane to only folks with electric vehicles that could utilize that technology.
No, I was thinking in terms of the installation of whatever it takes to put the charging solution in. From the video that we saw, it looked like you needed to put cable everywhere down the roadway. And that was good. The only way to do that on our existing roads, it appeared, is we're gonna have to rip them up and put those cables down below, perhaps miles of it. And that seemed like a major project. I could be wrong, but that would be my concern.
And absolutely, we'd work to address those before we would suggest to the board we consider a pilot. So we'd want to make sure, again, that it makes sense for us.
Well, I would just say now is that for leadership, when we do meet, I believe next Monday, is talking about creating another committee to look at these technology. And if it makes sense, then we'll go to both capital and finance before we take it to the board. And for staff to keep in mind what Director Beal has just stated. Those concerns are very valid concerns. I don't think we should be ripping up our roads for anybody. Even if they said we'll partially pay for the cost, there's other consequences, of course, so we should look into it. And I think that's would be what would be purpose for that committee to figure it out.
Yeah, that would absolutely be a big part of our initial work.
Okay, so we'll talk about it during our leadership meeting. Chair Kelly?
Yes, it was during Mr. Spears' presentation yesterday where he talked about marrying the innovation with an upcoming project. And that's the most efficient time to do these things. And there's just a good example of when that was done, and that is in my backyard on the Oso Bridge project, where the on-ramps were equipped with devices that read the number of axles. Is that what it is? Yes, and I thought at the time that was so smart, and the on-ramps were being constructed at that time anyway. And so I think that as we have upcoming projects, we need to really be aware of what those innovation opportunities are. And as you said, study them and see if they make sense. But just real quick, has that worked out well? That axle reading device?
Yes, it has.
And it's just under the pavement.
Yeah.
Okay, so these things, I never would have heard of such a thing, but good opportunity to do these things when we're doing projects, so. But duly noting Director Beal's concerns, that's why I think the study and so on needs to go forward.
I don't see any more cards or hands raised. I think we can move on to the next one.
Great. So the last of the 7 pillars to the strategic plan is around regional partnerships. And Mike spoke to that at the end of the day yesterday. Questions, comments about the proposed content as it relates to partnerships?
I think definitely we need to come up with a methodology for it. If we get those requests, I think that given that our budget is primarily focused on debt repayment and debt management, leaving, what did you say, 90%? Yeah, you did. 90%, you've got 10% to play with in terms of the capital improvement in the system, as well as we previously talked about for the 10%, not 10%, but the endowment that's needed to make sure that we fulfill our obligations. These are obligatory. Then I think for regional mobility partnerships, I think one is that, and I agree with all the stuff that's here, but I think when we look at this idea of helping our member cities, or even, with Oso Parkway, for example, that it really helps the mobility into our tollway, is that we really need to make sure that the criteria for accepting those projects are really tight and not in any way that would interfere with our obligations. I think obligations to the agency and the bonds and capital and environment have to always be the priority in looking at this. I know that one of the things I don't want TCA to become is it becomes the ATM machine to solve our partners' problems. Because I can tell you we have our own problems and they're pretty big. So we have to be very mindful of that. Director Taylor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. As the city of San Juan Capistrano became the major east-west connector to the 5 from the toll road, I would request that we consider some kind of funding for this widening project, which is a state, it's a Caltrans project. However, the impact, is directly felt, I'm sure, by the toll road, because you can't get, if you're on the 5 and then you get off at Ortega, how long it's going to take to get to the toll road, to get on at Los Patrones right now by way of Cow Camp Road. It would seem to me, it would, there's a way, and it needs to be measured, and to fairly look at some type of funding, based on a study that says, 30% of the vehicle trips are actually getting on the toll road to go east towards Riverside in the afternoon, let's say, or vice versa. And that way we could look at, maybe there's some kind of a way to study that and then provide some part of the funding. And that would be helpful in getting this, 0.9 miles of roadway built out. So thank you.
I think that's a really good point of, do we want to add to, or in consideration for these regional mobility partnership for the methodology is the east-west connectors, right? I think really to look at east-west connectors, because really, I know a lot of people, and now that we're not extending all the way to the 5, then the east-west connector should be a major focus for the next 7 years on that mobility, because we do know that, like Oso Parkway, the east-west connectors is what's going to help direct traffic to the toll roads, right? That indirect way. And so I think that's something that we should look at that methodology that we're looking at is maybe the east-west connectors become the priority. That might be something for us to consider. Director Beal and then Director Lombard.
Thanks. I think the basic concept that is embodied here is the idea of being TCA acting and being a good regional partner with other agencies that have a vested interest in transportation to enhance mobility throughout the region. And that's a concept that does make sense to me. I think any funding that might come from TCA needs to be shown to have a direct benefit to TCA. It has to further our mission. It's not just a gift to others. But going back to the notion of, being a regional partner, I think the 4.5 miles that were constructed between Oso Parkway to Cal Camp Road, if I remember correctly, the TCA gave credits close to $100 million to help make that a reality, correct?
I believe it was about 90 million, Ms. Potter.
And now the obligation to construct that road, that was an obligation of Rancho Mission Viejo Company, is that correct?
Ms. McFarland, yes.
Sorry.
Yes,
so,
Director.
We've got a proven record of being a good partner. I just need to take note that I'm not sure that while we are being a good partner, I don't feel that some of our partners are treating the TCA, our staff, or our member cities with respect, and I don't think they're being a good partner to us. And although I won't go into great detail, but over the past year, we've had some really difficult experiences where I feel we have been criticized unfairly. We have been left out of very important negotiations that resulted in contracts that gave preferential treatment to one city in South Orange County to the disadvantage of a number of other cities in the region. And that's wrong. And it's disrespectful to the agency, TCA, it's disrespectful to our staff and to us. And so that makes me reticent to contribute 1 penny of TCA money until I feel and see by concrete actions, not words. Words are cheap, especially in politics. Actions that we actually have good partnerships that are dealing with us in good faith with these other agencies. I'm really reticent to give 1 penny of TCA money to fund any of these projects that these other agencies have the obligation to complete. These are not TCA projects where we're obligated to do so. They are. It's like you don't treat us disrespectfully over a course of a year and then just say, by the way, will you fund our project or some big chunk of it? That's just wrong. And I think we don't do ourselves any good as an agency by just acting as if none of this stuff happened, or that it doesn't matter. To me, I've said it to a few, it almost seems like a battered wife syndrome. You're just gonna keep taking it and say, what can I do to help you? I'm sorry. We need partnership means two parties partnering in good faith together. I think this agency has a history, a proven history of doing that, and I'm not feeling the love back. It's a two-way street, and that has to improve before I'm gonna be voting to support other agencies' projects, period.
I concur with you. I think comes to mind is that you know, in a partnership, as you mentioned, you can't be uneven in yoke and it has to be even. And I think I'm much more blunt than Director Beal. He's so kind. I would just say that, you know, given that for Oso, yeah, as always. Oso Parkway, I think it always rubbed me a little bit the wrong way, just because like you mentioned, we're not obligated, but we know it's good for our system. It's a good partnership. It's good for the region. It's good for the residents who live in the area. It's great for the safety of the students. But it always rubbed me the wrong way because TCA was never given the credit, and we're the piggy bank that funded, but you know, it's never recognized in any way. Everything I saw was the partner agency's name on it, and we're nowhere mentioned. So I would share the same reservations as Director Beal that, you know, if you, like I mentioned, I don't think we should be the piggy bank for anybody because we're not obligated. Our obligations are to the toll road. So, you know, and I know there are people out there who said, well, they're developers fees. Well, developer fees you're required. You will benefit from the system. Others pay before you. So, you know, for your residents or new development to utilize our toll road. So you have to pay into it. So there's no mercy from me on that one. But for anything additional, definitely TCA should be an equal partner and be recognized for that. But if I were to prioritize, I would definitely say east-west connection is, you know, important for our residents and the riders who use our roads. Director Lombard and then Director Bartlett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Director Beal's statement that partnerships are good and we should be a good partner. However, this objective and this goal talks about applying money to those partnerships. And if we're going to do that, we're taking money away from some of our other strategic priorities that we have outlaid here, paying down the debt and the 3 capital improvement projects that are priorities for the next 7 years. So if there are available funds, my understanding is this board would prefer to apply those funds to those objectives, not you know, strengthening relationships with other agencies. So I think there is an opportunity perhaps to massage the language under, you know, the goal says supporting the mobility needs of South Orange County. I think that needs to be refined and defined better insofar as it benefits our system, as Chair Huang said, or offsets impacts to others, as Director Taylor said. It has to be directly tied to our system though, either good or bad. We don't want to be paying for mobility that's not directly tied to the toll roads. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Bartlett, and then Chair Kelly.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I certainly agree with the comments. And in addition to east-west connectors, I think we need to look at north-south and basically any connector or project that's a regional-based project that actually makes sense. And Director Taylor mentions the Ortega Widening Project, which is really, I think, a critical component, not only for the city and the region, but connecting into the 241 area. And then Los Patrones Parkway Extension is really another critical project as well. By having that project complete, and we did a traffic study on that a while ago. We may want to do another one for the future. It showed that it was revenue positive towards the 241 toll road by getting more traffic onto the 241. So meaning revenue positive, even though it would be a non-tolled county arterial. And LPPE takes 12,000 trips a day off of La Plata. So that really benefits the regional aspect of things, benefits mainly San Juan Capistrano, a little bit San Clemente, but definitely San Juan Capistrano, Mission Viejo, and Rancho Santa Margarita, because that road is also the feeder road that connects and merges into Antonio Parkway that goes through those other cities. So in looking at the regional aspect of things, we need to look at projects that make sense, that are good for the agency, and are revenue positive. And I think both LPPE and the Ortega Widening Project show that they not only enhance the regional mobility efforts, but also are revenue positive for the 241. And certainly they're beneficial for the cities that are in the immediate area. Thank you.
You, CEO Johnson, you want to make a comment?
Yeah,
And
I
then
just
Chair
want to
Kelly.
offer a point of clarification for the board. So my understanding is some cursory traffic studies were done, but it was not the level of study that we would conduct to determine and recommend to the board this type of capital investment. So we did not do a TNR study. TNR studies are much more stringent than just a normal traffic study. So that's what we would be recommending become part of this process. If the board does want to consider these requests, that's all the part of the methodology and how we would evaluate that request and provide the information and recommendation to the board.
Thank you for that clarification. Chair Kelly?
Yes, I am concerned that the actions of the county and OCTA over the past few months has impacted these projects, Los Patrones Parkway Extension and the Lower Ortega Highway widening. Because our TCA was not a part of the process. And I'm hoping that the county will really step up and make these projects a priority. Because I'm hearing comments from Director Beal and Chair Wong that they are reticent to want to jump in and fund on a project that has been handled the way it has been. And these are, not only are they important projects for TCA, they're also important for our member cities, Rancho Santa Margarita, San Juan Capistrano, Mission Viejo. Mission Viejo bears the brunt right now. We have basically 3 freeways, east-west, going through our city. We have Oso Parkway, Crown Valley, and Alicia. Oso Parkway and Crown Valley are 8-lane roads going right through, slicing right through our city. And we need that north-south connection with Los Patrones Parkway to get people around, and also the Ortega Highway widening. These are very important projects to our neck of the woods. And I'm worried that the actions that we've seen now are potentially jeopardizing that funding. So I hope the county will step up and be willing to take it on. So, and I don't want to cut off our nose to spite our face either, so.
That is very true. Thank you, Chair Kelly. Any other comments? Any clarifications from staff?
Chair Wong, I guess what I'm hearing is a lack of support for this element of the proposed strategic plan. And again, staff is not recommending that you make any kind of obligations of funding or that you will consider these 2 specific projects. Our recommendation is that if you want to be able to consider those, staff needs to do some work to set up the process by which you would consider them. So I guess that's the main question to the board. Do you want to be able to consider requests like this? If so, staff is recommending we do these things to put the policies and procedures in place.
Director Taylor.
Yeah, I would just like to request that we at least study them and see the benefits to the toll road, the TCA, and the revenue. That if the widening Ortega or Los Patrones Parkway extension provides a benefit to the income to the agency, then I would at least like to see support for a study, and then Whether you want to fund it or not would be another decision. Thank you.
I don't know if you see it as a regional partnership as, would it be part of our capital improvement committee? If they want to take on the task of, coming up with the criteria.
Yeah, we had not nailed down what committee this would go to. That would actually be part of this process. But then just to clarify for Director Taylor, so we have not received any official requests to fund these things, right? So we are just talking about setting up the process. If we did then get a formal request from a member agency or OCTA to help fund it, then we would apply it to those. So I don't want to say that, we noted that as examples because we know these projects are out there. And that potential for TCA to receive a request is there, but staff is not recommending that we put this into place and immediately apply it to these two projects because we haven't been asked for the money. You may recall when we discussed the transportation control measures a while back, staff was recommending we put some money and the board said, OCTA didn't ask us for any money, so why are we offering that? So we've learned from you and what you expressed at that time. So we're trying not to make the same mistake twice. I like my job, I want to keep it.
But maybe, yeah, and I think you're right. This may not be, a pillar in here, and rather or not, because it's not the core of our business. And so you may just want to say, we will go to one of the, whether it's finance or capital, to come up with those criteria. Then when it comes, it just comes as a project request from, one of our regional partners or our member cities. But I think, I don't know, I have the expectations that we are in good partners, we're good partners to our other agencies. I think that is an expectation rather than it's a core value. It is an expectation because transportation is not a isolated system. It's a regional system, part of a network. So we should be working with everybody anyways. But those are my thoughts. Vice Chair O'Neill, followed by Director Connors, Minigar, and then Bartlett.
Just excuse me, just a quick question for both Los Patronos and Lower Ortega. These are Foothill Eastern projects, not San Joaquin, or is San Joaquin potentially contributing?
That would be part of that Nexus study that several board members spoke to. There's some potential where the Ortega widening might help traffic on the 73. We don't know, just like we're not sure to what extent Los Patronos Parkway extension might help the 241. So it could be some kind of combination. We would learn that information through this evaluation process that would be set up if the board wants to pursue this area.
Yeah, I mean, it goes to Director Muller's point earlier, which is, if you can show an increase in ridership that it would exceed on a revenue basis the cost of going in and doing the capital improvement, then there's something there. So I guess we wouldn't know that unless we did the study.
Correct.
All right, thanks.
Thank you. Director Connors.
You're on mute, Director.
You're still on mute.
I'm in favor of studying this and setting up criteria because I have heard all these comments, and I think our criteria should reasonably include whether or not these organizations are friendly to us, and whether or not we want to be an ATM machine for the county, and how high a bar we want to set in terms of nexus to our roads and so forth. And I think it would be appropriate to take all the concerns that have been raised now and have an ad hoc committee or something consider what kind of criteria we want for these. And maybe our criteria will be so restrictive that we will end up not funding anything. But I think it's worthwhile to take a look at it. Thanks.
Thank you. Director Minigar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think to respond to my colleague, Director Connors, the criteria by this board ought to be number one, any kind of approval of a request by member agency or any other potential regional agency shall be upon conduct of a traffic and revenue study, number one. Number two, measures of effectiveness of the proposed action plan. And number three, BC ratio, benefit cost assessment of the proposed action from a roadway from infrastructure perspective. As it was mentioned, we don't want to be the ATM machine for other agencies, even for other member agencies. If they can secure funding from the state, from the county, from the federal, they ought to be pursuing those rather than this agency, because our number one goal, in my view, would be debt payment and debt pay down management. That should be the number one goal. And then with respect to that, again, to reiterate, traffic and revenue study, measures of effectiveness assessment, and third, benefit cost assessment. Then it comes back to the board, corresponding board, and then we.
Okay, thank you. Director Bartlett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I wanted to kind of reiterate relative to the two projects, the Ortega widening and LPPE. Ortega widening is really, it's a safety project that doesn't connect with the state highway system. And so OCTA pretty much has Ortega Highway under control with regard to funding, and would not be looking to TCA to contribute to the funding relative to the Ortega widening project. So really, it's just the LPPE project that would be under consideration. And I'll follow up with the CEO and the board members at OCTA relative to making or having consideration to make a formal request into TCA relative to LPPE. But I think we can take the funding aspect of the Ortega widening project off the table, as OCTA pretty much has that one under control. Thank you.
All right, Director Beal.
Thanks. I personally believe that the approach that Samuel summarized from before is the right approach. No funding request has been made, and so I don't think we really should be putting the cart before the horse. We just heard Director Bartlett say no funding's needed from TCA to do the Ortega widening. So, I think that we don't really need to even be considering that further. But what I would like to support is, unless and until some request is actually made, the TCA should take no action and spend no money from a strategic planning standpoint. Wait and see. And hopefully, if such a request is made, there might be some recognition of some of the concerns that were voiced earlier about the relationship between the agencies. And that needs to be addressed, at least from my standpoint, before I would be supportive of spending any time, effort, or money from TCA to support a project where it's another agency's obligation to construct it. So as of today, and for purposes of finalizing our strategic plan, I'm inclined to just delete the fourth bullet point in its entirety from activities. And we could just deal with it if and when a request is made.
Thank you. And actually, I'm ready to just kick this module out and just say, hey, look, when the requests come, then one of the committees can deal with the criteria and then go through the committees rather than really a separate module here. And because it's really not related to the core business of TCA. And like I said, we should be working with all our partners. That's kind of the expectation of being in the region, so.
But we can definitely take that direction, Madam Chair, if that's the will of the boards. Just so you know, the process is right. So if we wait till the request comes, these processes aren't necessarily done overnight. It will take some time. I'm not sure, Amy, you have a sense on how long the TNR study would take to look at something like this?
Well, I just don't think that we should be spending any money on any of the studies if you don't even have a request. So why would we even look into a TNR?
No, so what I was expressing is if the board wants us to not take any action until we get the request, when we get the request, it will take some time for our staff to do the assessment and report back to the board. I just wanted to make sure you were aware.
Right, or, you know, I'll throw this out there for now, is I don't even think it's the toll road, it's our job to prove that it is beneficiary to us. I would think that if you're coming to us for the request, you had to prove to us that it's beneficial to us. What, I just, that, I guess I'm putting it in there as a methodology, as a point is, you need to prove that this is beneficial to the system, not we spend our money, our time to prove that it is beneficial to us. If, and I would just use John, so I don't have to, you know, name any agencies. If John comes to me and said, you know, I really think you need to connect Almaden Expressway from, you know, San Jose all the way down to the toll road because it's really beneficial, then you have to prove to me why Almaden Expressway located in San Jose, the southern part of San Jose where IBM is located, and how it's beneficial to the toll roads. It won't be up to us to prove that the expressway works, right? And that would be, I guess, methodology.
We can definitely use that as a starting point, Madam Chair. I think Ms. Potter, your CFO, and I would still want to do some level of vetting before and not rely on somebody else's TNR study before we would come back with a recommendation to the board. But as a starting point to show that there is value from what they're requesting, I don't think that's an unreasonable ask.
Yeah, as a starting point. And Director Reynolds.
Yeah,
okay. I just want to make sure.
Sometimes I forget my question because I'm listening so hard to the discussion previously. I really appreciate this discussion, and I guess I'm kind of on the fence between whether we should move forward in developing a methodology now versus waiting until there's an actual request. I like Chair Wong's point about, you know, letting someone else make the case first, and then of course following up with our due diligence. When I think about regional mobility partnerships, I agree that I don't like the idea of sort of being an ATM for other projects for sure. What I think I would like to see TCA do, and I think we do this, but just, you know, making sure we're very sort of present and engaged in the conversations about regional mobility, and thinking about how do we sort of meet that overarching goal of enhanced mobility, supporting Orange County or South, I'll say Central and South Orange County since I'm representing Costa Mesa. And I want to, in those conversations, you know, we should be aware of, you know, what are the challenges to regional mobility, what solutions might exist, and then does it make sense for TCA to invest? And I want to make sure that we're not just thinking about construction, because every new project, right, creates a huge long-term financial liability, maybe not for TCA, but for our taxpayers. So there might be places where we can recommend to other agencies some of the tools that we're going to be investigating or technology we're going to be investigating in terms of demand management, right? How can we enhance regional mobility without widening roads? So that's what I'm thinking about in terms of partnerships. Yeah, and I think it's important when we are doing any kind of financial analysis that we are thinking about the overall impact on our taxpayers for road maintenance in addition to just the initial construction. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I do have a question, is that we have mitigation thing. If one of the agencies decides to build something, they said, okay, we'll do the, or take a widening, for example, but they don't have any land, you know, any open space to mitigate with. Is this something that they can come to TCA and say, well, you have a bank, so can we buy the bank from you? Or is the environmental mitigation plan structured such that it is only for TCA purposes and it cannot be sold off or given up?
I'll look to staff to answer some of that in terms of capabilities, but I would recommend the board be very, very selective in considering those things. You will have future capital projects where you may have needs. So you'd have to be very, very selective. Just Ms. McFall, please.
Yes, I can answer that question, Chair Wong. So TCA does have a mitigation bank where we have additional habitat credits and we can sell those to other parties. So if an agency has a need for habitat credits, we do have 327 acres of coastal sage scrub credits that we could sell to other parties. We have set that up for our purposes, obviously, for our widening projects. But if the board so chooses, that is available to other agencies.
Oh,
So it's just that future risk, right? So the whole concept of the mitigation bank was we bought those properties to keep the costs low, so we have it when we need them. So if you sell off some of what we have and then later we need it, it's going to cost us way more than we originally paid for it.
okay. Well, definitely, I'm in agreement that, it's us first before anybody else. Then I would add to my point that not only we cannot be the ATM machine on the money side, we cannot be the ATM machine on the mitigation side. It's going to be our projects. We spend it on our priorities, the core mission of this agency before we give away the farm. Did I miss anybody, Director Beal? Because I left the car. Okay, no, okay, and Director Voigt.
I just want to concur, if we got the land, the mitigation land is available, I think that the widening of the 241 going northbound and southbound is going to be something we can use that land for. So I agree, TCA first. Just want to echo that.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands raised or cards. So John?
We are technically done with talking about the sections of the strategic plan. We did have a request earlier that makes sense to say, okay, we've gotten through all of these sections. Is there anything that anyone wants to revisit or talk about holistically? When you think about the whole plan together.
So
And if-
basically, this is your last chance to make a comment, and then we tell you, keep it to yourself for the rest of your term. Is that what you're saying? Director Vinegar.
And Madam Chair, I think the other ask in that was, did we miss anything?
Yeah.
Staff felt we were pretty comprehensive in identifying the 7 areas. It looks like we're going to be 6 for 7. I think that's a pretty good batting average.
I think it'll be
with the
6.
regional mobility partnerships. Unless I misunderstood, I think that's falling off the table. So we have the other 6. We think we were comprehensive, but we need your feedback.
Director Vinegar disagrees, so he's going to say something.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As a matter of clarification, there is one issue left, and that is before us is the strategic planning for the next 7 years in 7 specific areas. Well taken. When you look at San Joaquin Hills, when you look at Foothill Eastern, the target years for those 2 agencies to pay off the debts would be 2050 and 2053 respectively. So are we going to be thinking about 2050 and 2053 when we finalize our deliberations on what ought to be done within the next 7 years by the year 2029, or for those 2 target years? Thank you.
I think that's a great question, but if you think, my response is, it took, nearly 30 years to be in this financial position to be able to talk about the next 7 years. But I do agree that, we need to also think about what happens for the following year. So I think it would be incumbent on staff as well as committee members in your deliberations on various issues in those committees that you think about these 6 pillars for the next 7 years? And what will TCA look like? And what will it, the next 7 years, what kind of impact it will have for the future? And I would think that this wouldn't be a once in a lifetime, strategic planning, rather probably in a few years with the boards changing, we'll have kind of what I call a mid-cycle review. And from that point, looking at where we are and, first and foremost, where we are financially, and then be able to plan for the 7 years. I believe that, at least that's my thinking.
So Madam Chair, what we've worked on is really this is the first step in a rolling 7-year plan. So we were not intending to communicate that this is it for 7 years. We plan to revisit this with you every year. As we noted, this rolls into our planning of your annual budgets to present to you. So we always want to make sure we're touching base with the current board to see what they want to do. So about a year from now, probably 11 months, because we'll make sure we avoid the holidays next year. So we'd probably be meeting again in November to discuss any updates, changes that you may want to consider. And now the 7-year strategic plan, which will go from FY23 to FY30. So each year we'll revisit this. I would caution the board about asking staff to really extend those projections out to look 20, 30 years. As Ms. Potter noted, things look really good, and we focus on this 7-year horizon. In terms of what may come after those 7 years, we've made sure that there's nothing that we've proposed that would hamper a future board's decision either way you want to go. So we've left that flexibility. We heard that message from you loud and clear over several board meetings. So we've left that piece in there. So, we have this 7-year, FY22, FY23 to 29, and then we'll have FY24 to 30. So each year, the boards will have a chance to revisit your strategic plan.
Director Wagner.
I think I heard something and then you confirmed it, but that is not my understanding. And it has to do with the regional mobility partnerships, that 7th pillar. Because you talked, Madam Chair, about the 6 pillars, and Director Johnson said, we got 6 of them right, we missed on the 7th. And that isn't what I took away from that discussion, that this is going to fall away. Yes, there are things in here, Los Patrones, Lower Ortega Highway, et cetera, that maybe we need to not move forward actively on. Yes, when projects come to us, we want to evaluate them through the lens of TCA, but that is very different than saying, let's just junk the entire idea of regional mobility partnerships. We don't want to be involved in that because, as was said quite trenchantly, I think by either Director Muller or Director O'Neill, we are a debt-paying agency. Well, there's a reason we're a debt-paying agency. And that is because we've assumed a role with respect to regional mobility. And if we're not going to be a partner in enhancing that mobility going forward, we're just going to stay in ourselves, not be partners, pay down our debt, maybe go away. I think we miss an opportunity that is one of the reasons we exist, and that is to enhance mobility. So rather than junk that pillar, I would say take this discussion, take some of the limitations that we put on this, but I don't want to send the message or have in any case the reality be that we don't see ourselves as potential partners on transportation moving forward. And junking this pillar is what that says to me.
If I can clarify, I think, at least from my opinion of it, is it's an expectation that we're a partner. So whether it's included or not, it's an expectation that you are a partner because the transportation is a network. So you can't just isolate yourself and say, go pound sand. We're not part of the system, right? You are. But what I think kind of the idea, or at least my thought, is taking the activities and the goals and the objectives that are listed in regional mobility partnership, and it really filters it through other core values, right? Because, you know, if we should still have to come up with a matrix, a methodology that when somebody comes in and asks, can you be a partner in this particular project? We do have to come up with a methodology. Is this worthwhile or not? But we have to take care of our agency first, right? Does it fit in financially? Because if we can't meet this debt obligation, save money for our capital improvement, and there's even discussion like, hey, you know, if we've got too much money, we don't want to put too much burden by increasing toll, then how do those pieces fit in? And how do those projects fit in after you have those mandatory goals, whether or not you need this specific core value, when it's an expectation, should it, because it kind of merges in with all the other six. So do you really need a separate one, or it should be just a part of the other? That's up to the directors. Do you think that you need something like like this that's kind of say you must look at it as you're going through your planning, or this is sort of just integrated into the other one? But you're not going to eliminate regional partnership, because that's not how transportation should work. And nor should it be in terms of one of the things that we exist is for mobility of Orange County. And so if you don't participate in partnership as well, then you lose that mobility, right? You're not meeting the mission. I think the angst in the room, or I should say not in the room, but for me has always been that uneven yoke that we do quite a bit, but you know, you don't get any kudos for that. Other than here at TCA, we might say great job to everybody, but outside of TCA, we're usually, you know, I mean, stepchild even gets you recognized. I mean, you're just not recognized. So what are you, a mouse in the room or something, right? You know, that's how we are regionally when you have people talk about transportation in the region, right? People talk about Caltrans, they talk about OCTA, but TCA is never mentioned. But yet, when you have projects coming forward, whether it's Caltrans or OCTA, or even the county public works, it's, hey, TCA, can you pony up? Because we'll, you know, kind of helps out with the system. Or, you know, for Oso Parkway, it was $90 million, right? It pretty much, we funded the whole thing. But yet, you get zero recognition. Most people, members of the public, believe that it was the county that paid for it when we put in substantial amount and plus gave Rancho Mission Viejo credit for their gifts. So there's a lot of there that, you know, we're not. So partnership is assumed and expected, but I think the uneasiness has always been the lack of recognition by our partners until it's time to pay, right? We're looked at when it's time to pay, but please go away when we're talking about transportation, right? It's like anytime you're talking about mobility, transportation in Orange County, it's everybody else. Until it's time to pay, then throw TCA the bill. And I think what we're, or at least from myself, if we're going to be partners, then we're really partners. If we have to pay for it, or you're asking us to pay for it, you recognize us as a partner. It should be, this is a project by, you know, both TCA and Caltrans. It shouldn't be this is the project by Caltrans and leave out the part that footed by, you know, TCA. That's, but it's, you know, up to everybody whether or not you want to keep this as a core value or not, but what's involved here in goals, activities, and objectives, that should be part of our discussion and planning as well. Hopefully that answers Clarifies?
No, it doesn't at all. Well, no,
Or
it
I-
clarifies completely.
Clarifies.
I just fundamentally disagree.
Okay.
I find it not an argument that moves me that over the course of the history of this organization, we've not gotten the credit we deserve. You know, in part, we try to fix that through our communications plan. In part, it's like, okay, we're still doing the job, and that's what we're here for. We're not here for the kudos. We're not here for the plaques on the walls and the attaboys. Those things are great. Those things are well-deserved for this agency, but at the end of the day, are people able to travel easier than they would be otherwise? Have we recognized the vision that Bufa and Vasquez and Dan Young and the rest of that very distinguished panel said was what started this organization? The answer is yes, we've done that. And if we're going to say, oh goodness, you know, we're upset that OCTA doesn't give us recognition or Caltrans doesn't give it, I don't care. And if we take out this for those on Zoom being the Regional Mobility Partnership core tenant, we no longer have anything specifically in our vision plan to say to those other agencies, hey, don't forget we're partners and we're going to work with you. We want to work with you. We want to work with you on our terms. That's fair, but we're partners. This should be one of our core goals, core values, in part because just what you said, Madam Chair, it runs through everything we do. Celebrate it. Don't bury it.
And I think that's for everybody to decide if we want to keep it, and that was my opinion. But you know, if we want to keep it, let's keep it. I'm sorry, Director Beal and then Director Reynolds.
I would just clarify, it is not at all just about getting credit for the good things that we do. As I mentioned earlier, being a partner is a two-way street. It's about these other agencies treating the TCA and its member organizations as real partners. That is not accomplished when other agencies, such as the county or OCTA, officially excludes, won't allow participation by member cities here, even though we're directly impacted. That's wrong. And then to come back and ask for money and funding is insulting, quite frankly. So it's about being treated here at TCA as a full partner, not disrespectfully coming and saying, give us some money to fund the project that we're obligated to fund. And that's why you're finding the reluctance by some here to put out as one of our strategic plans about being a great partner. We've got a proven record of being a great partner. $91 million to help fund 4.5 miles for the benefit of Rancho Mission Viejo Company. That's what TCA did. We speak with actions, and we expect our partners to do the same, and they have fallen very short over the last year.
Director Reynolds?
Yeah, thank you. On this topic, I hadn't realized that leaving this in or taking this out was on the table. So I'll say I support leaving it in. I think as almost everyone shared, I think being a active sort of recognized partner in regional transportation in Central and South Orange County is really important for us. I think of our in just sort of being aware of the trends and projections and mobility that affects all of our cities, even outside of our roads. I'm thinking of sort of our tool, like we have an important tool in that conversation about mobility in the region, but I think of our first valuable tool is actually our roads before our funding. And I'm more inclined to use our roads as the means of enhancing transportation. So I don't know if that's just sharing that. I think being an active partner, regardless of the level of recognition, just want to say, Director Wagner, I've agreed with you way more than I might have expected today. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. We have a lot in common. But being an active partner in the regional transportation and mobility conversation, I think is critical. So I would support leaving this in. but not focused on the funding piece, focused on the participation and kind of, projections and planning for the future. And then using our roads as a way to offset congestion in other areas. I originally put this on because I wanted to bring two topics that you raised at the beginning of the meeting that I hadn't heard discussion on. One was the comment related to relative board effectiveness. I haven't been here long enough to have an opinion on that. I was just curious if that was something we should discuss. And then you also mentioned someone had made a comment related to air quality in the region. So I was curious if there was any sort of plans to follow up on that, at least being sort of aware of air quality impacts as we're trying to increase ridership. So those are just two other topics I'd hope to touch on.
Thank you. Do we have, Director Lombard and Director Kelly.
Thank you. I just haven't heard an answer of whether we're leaving it in or not. I think we should address that. I think that was a valid question, yes, but before we move on, I think we should decide as a board whether it's staying in or not. And just, I think we can actually agree with both sides of the argument that we, as a board, have been and an agency have been disrespected by other agencies, and also keep this in. And under the framework that we've discussed, that there's a nexus requirement for financial investment in regional partnerships. I don't think it does any harm leaving it in. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair Kelly, and followed by Director Murphy.
Yes, thank you. I think we have an elephant in the room, and I'm just going to call it out. The county and OCTA formed a cooperative agreement with the city of San Clemente, leaving out the input of several of the stakeholders. And I believe this hurt several of the stakeholders. And that's why we're seeing a hesitancy to partner with these other agencies. It's not about credit. It's not about, I don't care about the credit. I want to get things done. And I think that it felt like you were thumbing your nose at us in leaving us out of this. And TCA, well, I just want to call out that elephant in the room. It truly was the cooperative agreement, and we have some injured parties. And you hear now this suspicion or the hesitancy to partner with another agency when we don't feel like we have been treated as a partner. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Murphy, and then Director Connors.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just kind of listening to all the discussion around this. Have a tendency to agree with Director Wagner and others. And from this premise, have there been mistakes made in the past by perhaps all boards and parties? Probably. There's a focus, I think, by the majority of the board, if not all, to accomplish things moving forward from a mobility standpoint. And rather than spending too much time looking backwards on things we can't change, I'd rather look forward. Taking this off the board, so to speak, is a little bit like packing up your bag and leaving the ball game before the next inning. And you don't get a hit unless you go up to the plate. So you can certainly control which pitches you swing at. Sorry for the baseball metaphor, but it was the best one I could think of at the moment. But you can pick who you team with. You can pick which things you go after, which pitches you want to swing at. But if you elect just to say, no, we're not doing that anymore because somebody hurt our feelings or somebody didn't treat us right, we're in control of that moving forward. We can vote to partner or not on virtually anything. But I think it would be a mistake and short-sighted to kind of take a player out of the game, if you will, rather than simply leaving it there and maybe being more selective on things we get involved with moving forward. So those would be my comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'm almost thinking that, we keep it in, but I'm really hope our partner agency will also put it in their strategic plan that there is regional mobility in their mission statement. I think that would work out much better. Director Connors.
Thank you. I think I agree with Director Murphy and others who say that we should keep this in for the time being. I just want to point out that our process here at this workshop is to give staff some direction as to what to put in, what to bring back to the board or back to the strategic planning committee or back to whomever. And I think it would be valuable to us to have staff work up a list of criteria and so that when we look at it in a month, we will be able to look at a more complete picture and find out if we can kick people in the teeth if we want to, or if we can accept a request if we want to, or if there's a close enough nexus or whatever else. And we can make our decision at that point, but I think it's premature to get rid of this pillar now. Thanks.
Thank you. Director Beal?
Perhaps as a point of compromise or clarification, I don't really have any objection to keeping the overall page here. But as I had mentioned before, I think that it does make sense to delete the fourth bullet point under activities. We already heard from Director Bartlett earlier, there's no need for a funding request as it relates to Ortega widening. And we haven't yet received any requests relative to the Los Patronos Parkway extension. So don't put the cart before the horse. We could deal with that at the time and just leave the rest. So that would be my suggestion. Delete that fourth bullet under activities, leave the rest, and we're good.
Okay. Director.
And just as a point of clarification as to that, if I could finish, should we receive a request from some other agency to fund Los Patronos Parkway, we still have every ability to deal with it at that point, whether it's here or not. There's no need for it to be here. It doesn't mean anything.
So is that agreeable to everybody to eliminate projects? Don't be project specific, just be much more broad. Okay, then we'll eliminate that.
Yeah, so I think that.
Speak into the microphone.
Right, Madam Chair. So Madam Chair and directors, I believe that gives us the direction we need. We will keep the aspects of this component that talk about setting up the process and the policies for evaluation. We will leave that here. That will flow into your FY23, FY23 budget, because we have to do some work to create these things. So we'll keep that in and handle any future requests when it comes.
Yeah, and maybe if that's what it is that when you put something in specific, it confuses stuff because, it sounds like there was a request made already.
Yeah, no, I apologize for that, Madam Chair. We were really just seeking direction on, do you want us to set up a methodology for you to be able to consider these things? Because that will drive your budget. We have to include some expenditures related to that if you want us to do.
I think methodology, what I hear is people want a methodology, but it shouldn't be a methodology that's tailored to a program, a project. It should be a methodology.
Agreed.
All right, Chair Kelly?
With keeping it in, and I think we got a little bit off course on this. We have some really good examples of regional mobility partnerships, including the current one we're doing right now with the 24191. I mean, that is a example. It's been a bumpy road, but could not have been achieved by any one of the organizations by themselves. So I think it's valuable. Regional mobility partnerships are valuable. We just have to make sure that there is a partnership.
Yes.
And then, Madam Chair, I apologize, Director Reynolds, we never answered her question about air quality.
Yeah.
So I'd asked Ms. McFall, our Deputy CEO, to talk about what we've accomplished with our transportation control measures, because your facilities here play a significant part in air quality measurement, not just for Orange County, but the overall Los Angeles basin and SCAG.
Yeah, all of our toll roads are part of the South Coast Air Quality Management Plan and also the Southern California Association of Governments, the Regional Transportation Plan for Transportation Control Measures. And those measures, known as TCMs, help the state in achieving their greenhouse gas reduction targets. So not only regionally, but also statewide. So all of our facilities have that unique designation. Not all projects have that. And that is directly attributed to the fact that our roadways are managed facilities. They're priced. And thereby we are basically managing the load on the facilities and having the free flow of traffic that would otherwise emit emissions into the air, such as you see on I-5 and all the congestion. So our projects are really looked to throughout the state as examples of how to help the state meet its goals.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Valerie. And I think that is another piece that I think needs to go out there. I don't know if everyone in this room understood the TCM and its importance within the SCAG region, other than myself and probably Director Menegar, who were very involved in the RTP and then LRTP process, as well as getting all our stuff to the FTIP for the FTIP, that all of this, if discussion that without our toll roads, it really would upset the apple cart for the entire SCAG region. So I think that's another part. I think many people are not educated or is TCA recognized of our importance in the regional system. So I guess it goes back to when we were talking about regional partnership, it is assumed and everything is interconnected, and we play a very important role in a lot of what we do here in Southern California. So anything else?
The one other question was about board effectiveness, if I heard it correctly.
It was just something that stood out to me. I don't have an opinion on it because I think this group's great. Someone brought it up, so I just wanted to throw
Wait,
it.
don't let everybody stare at her for that. This is the best board, really, and it functions actually quite well for its size of having two boards. Any other questions, comments? Ruben has been, Ben, you've been so quiet that I feel like you need to say something before we close off. Like, have we behaved ourselves and have we violated any rules?
Everyone has done great. Happy holidays.
Thank you, Ben. Yes, Mr. Johnson?
No, just in terms of next steps, Madam Chair. So staff will take the input you've provided and we will shoot to create a first draft of your overall strategic plan, which will include the 7 sheets. Our plan is to bring that to the board in January at your regular meeting. I believe it's January 13th for your first review. Take additional feedback there and then bring it hopefully for your adoption to your February meeting. And then that will support your budget development process, which will be heavily in the midst of come March.
I'm gonna do something kind of unusual, given that it's December. Because of your participation today, and some of the things we have to look forward to, I am asking you to start thinking about which committee you want to participate. Because I really don't want to chase after any of you like I had done this past year to sign up for a committee. And I definitely don't want to hear from anybody who did not sign up for a committee yelling at me for not putting them in a committee or kicking them off a committee. No, so I'm just telling you now, because you participated, you know what's important, you know what's coming in the next 7 years. Start thinking about which committee you want to participate in so that you could be a very important integral part of our next stage of planning. Okay? Anything?
On that point, Madam Chair, excellent timing, because in about 5 minutes, the link for the survey for the board members to identify your committee preferences will go out to you.
Oh, I didn't even know that. See, look.
Just take credit for brilliance.
Yeah, Mr. Motts in the back is just waiting for you to adjourn this meeting, and then he's going to hit send.
I knew that.
And you're 28 minutes ahead of schedule.
I told Mr. Johnson that my goal this year was to create records for short meetings. So whoever's going to fill these seats, yeah, you're going to have to beat those records. With that, thank you so much. I really appreciate all of you and directors, staff, everybody behind the scenes for your hard work. Thank you, John, for taking the time to meet with each one of the directors. Your input is important. I look forward to working with all of you again in 2022, and let's just get this agency on an even better footing than today. Thank you so everybody, and see you in January. Happy holidays.